Один, один. Підніми трошки. Ще. Один, два, три. Один, два, три, чотири, п'ять. Все.
Participants, I invite you to take your places. My name is Oleg Manyuta. I'm going to moderate today's meeting. A few words before we start. If you need interpretation, please use our devices to hear the interpretation and to be able to hear the panelists in English. And we have a lot of people today. We have not only those who are in the room, but also those who are online with us. So greetings to all of you who are online with us. Thank you for joining this meeting, and I hope that you are not going to just listen, but also to be active, and we have chat for these purposes. And also would like to remind you of the phones, which should not disturb you during the discussion of the important topics of today. And if we will have the air raid alert, you should know that this place is adjusted for these challenges, and we will stay here, but let's hope that everything will be fine for Ukrainians, and our defenders of the sky will manage all the challenges we are facing. And today we're going to discuss the challenges which Ukraine faces, and we know that the war is one of the biggest challenges which not only Ukraine is facing, but also all the civilized world is facing this problem. But the topic of today's discussion is one of the most important for most of Ukrainians, and not only Ukrainians, who are already thinking of the Ukraine of the future, of the post-war Ukraine. What will Ukraine look like after we will stop our enemy, when the peaceful life will come back to Ukraine? And of course, the answers to these questions is something you also know, and we are going to appeal to these answers, because in the discussion we have to find the best way which can be used by Ukraine, because that is what we have at the moment, because it's clear that Ukraine and the world is facing it for the first time. And I've read today that Ukraine is, of course, it's not a secret numbers. You know that recently we lost more than 9 gigawatts of the energy. That is like 4 countries, for example, 3 countries of Baltic countries and Slovakia. That are 4 countries which switched off, which are not in the energy system anymore. And that is one of the challenges we are facing today. That is also the topic we are discussing today. And we want to resolve to one, we want to take into account these problems as well. So let's start from the formal part of our meeting, and let me introduce our honorable guests who are today with us. That is Mr. Vasyl Shkurakov, Acting Minister for Communities, Territories and Infrastructure Development of Ukraine, Mr. Vasyl Shkurakov, and also ECDG Near Deputy of Unit, Mr. Pierre Arnaud Prox. And also online we are able to listen of our another honorable guest who is online with us. Thanks to the newest technologies, we are able to listen to the welcoming words from the first Deputy Speaker of Parliament, Mr. Alexander Kornienko. Please, attention to the screen. Greetings, dear participants. Greetings, dear community. Greetings to everyone. That is a very important conference. It is the Euro-integrational topic, and access to the quality. This conference is held with the first meeting about the Euro-integration of Ukraine, and that is where I'm now. And we have the negotiations on joining Ukraine, the Euro integration, and the European Union. And this topic is very important, and also it is also important for the Ukrainians returning back to Ukraine. The problem with house in Ukraine is well known. Some people do not have any kind of resources. So we have long lines for getting the housing, and the problems of rent of public housing is still a challenge, and we are still using the legislation as of 1983, 1 year older than me, and we were trying to make the amends. We wanted to adjust something, to improve something, and of course, it is one of the ways possible, but nevertheless, it does not lead to high quality changes. And the amends which we will discuss today, they will be more consequent. And it is very important for me that these draft laws that are the part of great facility, they are the part of the main plan. And it's important that our partners understand the problems and the importance of the housing. And and we are glad that our partners are supporting us, as the World Bank is supporting, and our donors support our projects. Unfortunately, during the active hostilities, we have to redirect all the taxes on our safety, on our security, on our weapon, and these kind of big humanitarian projects can be implemented only together with our partners from all around the world, which are supporting us. And what is important to understand about all these projects and how do we work with them and how it is related to the reconstruction recovery. So, of course, one of the main issues will be the reconstruction of housing. That will create the opportunities for the Ukrainians to return. And on the other hand, the housing is always a big part of the economy, and the construction is one of the best multipliers of the income. So the people, one person, one worker working on the construction, it leads to procurement of materials, of furniture, of fulfilling the equipping the apartments, and of course that is the question of the order in this sphere, and also the conditions which will allow for the sector, for the economy to recover as soon as possible, to start reconstructing high quality housing for the Ukrainians, so that the Ukrainians could return to Ukraine and could have implement their right for the quality life and housing. So I wish all of you fruitful discussion. Please discuss in as many details as possible this draft law. So before the parliamentary hearings, we have to be sure that we have considered all the demands, all the problems, all the challenges. So I know that it was already discussed with the communities, and we had lots of consultations, and we have manifested our strive to have to implement the best practices. So thank you very much for your attention, and have a interesting conference. Thank you very much for these welcome words, and good luck to our delegation in Brussels. Mr. Vasil, you have the opportunity today to give us a direction. First of all, I would like to greet all of you who are interested in housing policies in Ukraine. And we as the ministry, we are we see the great interest in this topic. A few questions which make us more involved and more active. So first of all, we understood that the situation is related with the Russian aggression, and now the situation with housing is critical for Ukrainians and for Ukraine in general. The other interesting, important question which we have to discuss, that is that as for the housing policies, we are still using the Soviet times legislation, and therefore we have to modernize this legislation and implement the best practices of the European Union. And today, the attention from the European Commission and also our international partners helps us to understand that we can correct this situation, and together with the parliament and with the government, we can find the best solutions. Another thing I would like to mention about the housing policy, let's not forget that housing is not the only problem which is the part of the housing policy. We have the utility companies, we have the water supply, waste management. That is a huge part of Ukrainian economy, and that is a huge part of the utility companies. And we have to pay attention to this sphere, to this sector, and together with the construction of the affordable housing, we have to pay attention to the utility services, which are also not in the best situation. And recently, considering the constant attacks, we know what is happening in Kyiv, and together with our partners, we work on preparing Kharkiv to the new heating season, winter season. That is task number one. But nevertheless, we have other cities and towns which are also facing big losses due to the war. And we, as the team of the Ministry of Infrastructure, we're implementing the measures to prepare the legislation on housing policy and developing the new conceptual documents which will help the development of the utility companies and the sector of heating and water supply. What is important in all of these things, that is that we pay the attention to the energy efficiency. That is a key tool at the moment. And the moderator has mentioned the situation with the energy sector. And today, everyone in their homes and their works, we will feel the deficit of the energy. And unfortunately, we are not able to live, to work sufficiently, and therefore the energy efficient measures more economical, more decentralized, and they are becoming even more interesting at the moment. And we as a ministry will continue working on involving our partners to resolve this issue, and in the nearest future we will prepare the plan of distributing generation, and will allow municipal companies to install generation systems which will allow us to distribute energy and decentralize the system. And in this way, we will generate more energy. And in this way, we will provide the service to the energy system and provide with the energy with the critical infrastructure. And we will provide these normal system operations. And also we mentioned the return of the Ukrainians, and we are confident that, yes, indeed, when we will have the proper conditions in Ukraine, when people will be able to return to their homes, they will return. And our task as the government is to prepare the proper conditions, the proper services for the people to be able to create business, to provide the others with working places and to live. And it is also very important to mention that the Parliament has approved Ukraine Facility Plan, which is the plan till 2027. We got our home task, and we can see the task which we have to implement in this plan. And the important aspect of this plan is getting the funding which will allow to launch the processes we are talking about. That is construction of the affordable housing and utility companies. And the basis for this work is, first of all, affordable housing, and we have to create all possible options, both construction of housing, that can be also the construction of the municipal housing, which will be provided as rental housing, and that can be also the loan tools which we'll implement with our partners. And the second question is also very important, and we need to understand that all the processes have to be transparent and understandable for the broad publics. People have to see it. Our partners have to be able to evaluate our work, and in this context, we rely on the program which we have developed in our ministry, that is DREAM project, which will allow all the donors, all the people to see all the processes which are implementing, which are launched both with the support of the government and with the support of our partners. So our main goal is to show Ukrainians how the resources are used, and also our donors, and how fast these can be implemented, because it's very important to do everything on time, so that people could return. Another thing I would like to mention, finishing my speech, I would like to say that everything that is related to the construction and utility services, that are working places, that is the development of economy, because that is also the economy of domestic economy, because it's important for Ukraine. And even after the end of the war, we have to create enough working places for our militaries, for our defenders, for people who moved, for them to be able to develop the potential of Ukraine. And I wish everyone fruitful work. And today we're going to have a few panels, and all of them are interesting. Therefore, I wish everyone fruitful work, and thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Vasil. Now, I would like to give the floor to DG NIR, Deputy Head of Unit, Mr. Pierre Arnaud Prox.
And thanks a lot for hosting me today, and thanks a lot for having organized this conference on housing, which is an important topic. So thank you to Ukrainian government, and in particular to Ministry of Restoration. And I also wanted to point out that today, 25th of June, is a very important day for both for Ukraine and for European Union, because it's the first day of our accession conference for Ukraine. So it marks the beginning of the accession negotiation. And I wanted also to congratulate the government of Ukraine and also all stakeholders in Ukraine who made that possible. So congratulations, and good luck. The EU will also be there on your side. So we all know that housing sector is one of the most impacted sector of all. We had also the outcome from the rapid damage needs assessment from World Bank. We show how critical the situation is. 3.7 million IDPs, 600,000 people needing housing assistance. These were the numbers from autumn of last year, and it continued growing. So first, I wanted to highlight a bit what we have done. I don't want to overburden you with numbers, figures, but talk a bit about concrete projects that have already been made since then in this context. And we have over 1,200 IDPs in 9 cities in western and central Ukraine, which will receive accommodation by the end of the year. So that's one of our important programs. Another one, we have funded 47 rehabilitation projects in district heating, electricity supply, water supply, wastewater in 12 local communities in the Kyiv region. We also supported with our partners the completion of 7 early recovery programs, projects in different regions of Ukraine. Also something important for us is this energy efficiency fund, managed also by IFC, which receives support from us, but not only, also from Germany, from Ukraine, and which focus on thermal renovation of residential building. And of course, given the current situation, it's of extreme importance. Ukrainian buildings often consume up to 3 times the energy consumed by similar buildings in similar climate in the EU. So we all have to work on that, and the energy efficiency fund will be critical. There are in particular some legs, so Energodim for residential renovation and Vidnovidim for war damage building. The Energy Efficiency Fund, apart from the pure financing aspect, also plays an important role to empower homeowner association, and in our view, it's also extremely important to empower these players, as they are key to manage and renovate housing stock efficiently. So we think that we should continue reform in this direction. Talking about concrete project financing EU support, I can also say that housing sector will strongly continue to benefit from the EU, and in particular from the Ukraine facility, so our 50 billion euros envelope, and housing sector is also eligible for Ukraine investment framework, so the investment arm for public and private investment. But going back to today's event, which is what we are here to talk about. So today's event is really about developing a suitable legal framework for the housing sector. And these reforms will pave the way for the creation of a housing strategy in Ukraine that should be energy efficient. I already mentioned the importance in the context, of course, inclusive, and also in line with our standards. So very much looking forward to discussion, because this event should be a platform to exchange practical insight and to discuss collaboration among national, local, civil society actors, as well as international donors and the EU. So concrete reforms plans that will emerge from this kind of discussion will also enable the EU, but also donors or international community to better focus their financial and technical support. A comprehensive policy and regulatory framework is really needed to ensure housing access. And the draft law on basic principle of housing policy, developed by Ministry for Restoration, really is a strong foundation for further reforms, including sustainable and social housing. Additional legislations and a national housing strategy, which I already mentioned, will also be essential in the future. And this reform will address the housing needs, including those caused by IDPs and external also displaced people. When it comes to reform, so I mentioned support from the EU for a concrete project, but the EU, together with partners, and in particular working together with the EIB on that, will continue also providing relevant expertise to assist Ukraine in developing a good legal framework, but also a good strategy plan. And very looking forward to discussions this afternoon with experts from EU Starters team to discuss Ukraine's plan for national housing strategy and the implementation of a renewed affordable rental system. So just to conclude, I think that today's event is really about this collaboration, this joint goal towards national legislation and national strategy. And we, as the EU, are here to help to make sure that we have the best tools possible, the best plan to help our Ukrainian counterpart. So now I wish everybody a very good event for today, and let's brick by brick build the Ukrainian housing sector, but also brick by brick build this European home, which I referred to at the beginning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Yapu. Дякую вам.
Thank you very much for your welcoming words. Please take your seats in the hall. And now we are moving to the discussion and the second panel. And the moderator of our second panel will be Ms. Olena Kozlovska, Deputy Minister for Communities, Territories and Infrastructure Development of Ukraine. Ms. Natalia, good morning. Do you need my help to invite the participants? Yes, please. Dear colleagues, good morning. I hope you're feeling fine today. So the topic we're discussing today is not only at most important, that is a question on how. Not how Ukraine is going to develop in the future, and that is too ambitious, but how we will explain the people who live currently in Ukraine and those almost 3 million IDPs who are officially registered on the territory of Ukraine and who live in the European Union, and how their future will look like and how today will look like, because those amendments to the legislation we are discussing today, that is a change of the philosophy of the concept, which will show how it will look in the future. And with my pleasure, I would like to invite my colleagues to this stage, the colleagues who are working on this, who are with us back to back, and this hand to hand, and this they will help us to organize the new housing policy, considering all the aspects which were mentioned by all our colleagues. So, Ms. Darina Marchak, Minister of Social Policy, Mr. Olga Altunina, representative of Human Rights Commissioner. I cannot see the representatives of the Ministry of Economy, and I hope that they will join us later. And also Mr. Alexander Slobozhan, Association of Cities, the acting the Executive Director, Association of Cities of Ukraine, Ivan Slobozhanin, the Executive Director of the All Ukrainian Association of Communities. I cannot see him now, but I hope he will join us later. So first of all, I would like to thank our partners, the representatives of the European Union and the European Investment Bank, for the support which is provided to the Ministry of Reconstruction, and also I would like to thank them for organization of this event. And we need to say that the housing policy needed the reforms and changes, but the reform of the housing policy is a hot issue, both in the legal and also in practical implementation, and that is caused by the fact that housing legislation so far has lots of outdated provisions which were formed in the Soviet Union, and removing them from the legislation is quite challenging. And the reform of the legislation requires fast decisions. And I would like to thank our partners, because the reform of the housing policy, which we're launching now, is probably supported with this broad range of the partners for the first time. And I think that this kind of support and involvement to the legislation, and mainly we are talking about the basics of the housing policy, will help us to reform fast and efficiently. To provide people with the housing according to the facility plan, we have to develop the complex legislation and political framework. The first task we have is the development of the law on the general provisions of the housing policy. That is the first direction we are working on. And the second one is what our partners have already mentioned. That is the reform of the strategy, forming of the strategy of the housing policy. And the second direction is also quite important, and it will form the task for all our stakeholders which are involved in the problem, in the management and development and creation of the housing capital, and they will help us to make the changes, to make the amendments in the legislation, to make it efficient. And I would like to thank the partners whose representatives were working our working group in our ministry to develop the legislation, who have joined us during the additional communities, the European Commission, the World Bank, European World Bank, the Norwegian Commission, the European Economical Commission of the European Union, and also we understand that even for the European Union, the problem of the sustainable housing for this huge number of IDPs, the Council of Europe in Ukraine, and their legal support in this direction, the future law will the subject to this law will be the Ukrainian and his interests. So implementation of this law will allow to implement the concept of the task of the housing concept, which are based on the principles determined by the legislation, and therefore to improve the current legislation and implementing the policy which will help the Ukrainians and also support the Ukrainians, which is taking into account all the best practices and the standards of the European Union. And in this framework, we are working on the laws which are regulating the issues of the housing for the IDPs, and the Ministry of Economy is helping us. And also, I would like to thank our partners who allow us to discuss these kind of important questions on this platform. Housing. Public housing is something that we already have in the legislation. Moreover, we have the separate law which is not well known, and unfortunately, it's not into force because it did not foresee efficient mechanism of using these kind of housing. Housing should be paid for because you need to maintain it and to reconstruct it and to build the new ones. But we understand that there are categories of people for whom paying the rent is something unaffordable. And I would like to address to Ms. Darina Marchak to the Ministry of Social Policy. So what kind of offers we can have for the people? And we need to understand that this fund has to be paid. Greetings, dear colleagues. Thank you very much for this opportunity to join the discussion of these. And I would like to thank the Ministry of Infrastructure for the leadership in this question. And the social housing is something that we are actively working on together with our colleagues from the Ministry of Infrastructure. And we as a ministry, our main objective is to help those who are in difficult life situations, to help them to overcome this situation and to come back to active social life. And of course, when you're losing housing and when you have to move to get displaced, that is one of the most stressful things which can happen in your life. A bit of statistics. Ms. Natalia has already mentioned a bit. I will clarify the numbers. So we have 4.7 IDPs, but if we remove those IDPs who are, for example, registered in Ukraine and fled the territories which are currently deoccupied, and they are not the ones where the active military actions can take place. In this case, we're talking about 1.9 million IDPs, which left them zone of active military actions, and now they are living on the territories controlled by Ukraine, and now they are most likely renting the housing or living with their relatives. And also we have the preliminary statistics from the politicians on our Ukrainian migrants who left who fled the deoccupied territories. That is around 1 million people. And if we want to return these people back to Ukraine, that means that that is 1 more million of people who we have to assist and to assist them in resolving their housing issues. For us, social housing is a very important task, and the full-scale war has shown that Ukraine does not have these resources which our partners in the European Union showed, and that was the beginning of the active internal work on the changes, on the demands, on the social housing policies. And we in the ministry, when we understand the number of the people who we have to assist with housing, we understand that different families will have different capacity to provide themselves with housing. Some of them will have resources and will be able, for example, to pay themselves for the new housing in another region. Some of them will not have all the money, but they can afford loans, and some of them will not be able to make the first installment, and we will need to support them, and we will need to provide them with opportunity, for example, to have them affordable rental offers. And for some people, even the rent of the housing will be difficult due to the financial situation. And therefore, our approach is that effective housing policy for Ukrainians has to foresee different tools which will take into account the financial situation of each household and their ability to provide themselves with housing. We also understand that efficient housing policy and the policy on social housing has to include the possibility not only to obtain the housing, but also buying the housing. And we understand that when we are saying efficient, we understand that people who are living in the collective centers, it is important for us to provide them with the opportunity to live in their own houses. And therefore, together with the Ministry of Infrastructure and with the colleagues from the Ministry of Economy, we are developing the wide range of tools which will help Ukrainians. In fact, we are developing the legislation which will provide the tools. And we, as a Ministry of Social Policy, we are focused on the first two of the support of the IDPs, who were the people who are returning from abroad, to provide them with opportunity to be financially capable of paying the rent. We have well-known tools of the support, this cash assistance for the IDPs. This tool is mainly not for rent, but also it is multi-purpose cash assistance, and therefore we developed another tool, and I hope that in the future this tool will be considered by the Parliament. That is a new tool which will be providing the subsidies for housing subsidies for the IDPs. We are talking about the tool which will consider a few parameters at the same time. The parameters which are important to be able to evaluate the capability of the household to rent. The first one is the financial situation, and we have the efficient tool which is considering according to the formula, the financial resources of the household, and it says that the household should not spend more than 15% of the income of the household for housing. And when we're talking about the subsidies for housing rent, we have the same logics. We had lots of consultations with the ministries and with the broad range of the different institutions and partners, and the international partners advised us that the best international practice is that the household should not spend more than 30% of their total income. If the family has very bad financial situation, in this case, this percentage should be lower. And according to these logics, we are developing our tools of the subsidy, housing subsidy, and which this subsidy will help the household not to spend more money than some certain percentage. And also another thing we have to consider is the income in different oblasts, because if the family lives in Kyiv or in Kyivska Oblast, for example, Poltavska Oblast or Chernigivska Oblast, in this case, the rental prices are different. And we, together with the Council of Europe, and I would like to thank the Council of Europe in Ukraine, we had a research and we have evaluated the rental price with different square meters and in different settlements. So, and settlements of different sizes, and that were both cities, towns, settlements, and villages. And we were able to make a table, a matrix of prices, the price grid, and we were able to define the ratio which are differentiating these prices. So, for example, if we're talking about the family of 3, in this case, the average price of rent will be around 9,671 hryvnia. That is not a premium price. That is somewhere on the outskirts of Kyiv, but nevertheless, that is an average price on the market. In Cherkasy, this housing will cost even more. But, for example, in Vinnytska Oblast, it will cost around 7,700 hryvnias. Therefore, the difference is there. Another parameter we are considering is the price of the housing, depending on the settlements, depending on the region, so that the support could be efficient for each household which will be renting the housing, which will be renting the facilities. And this project will be piloted, and we hope that pilot will be launched very soon, and we will be able to see what works out, what don't. But we think that this kind of tool has to be more efficient in supporting the households when we will have the customized support for the households. But a few more important things I would like to mention is that potentially we would like to develop the system where these kind of tools would be combined organically with the other tools developed by our colleagues from the government, that are the tools like Rental UN, that is what our colleagues from Ministry of Economy are working on. And the general vision we have so far is the range of the tools we are developing, not only the central authorities, but also the local authorities are developed. They have to create the single united matrix grid of the support for housing support for Ukrainians, depending on their capacity to buy or to rent this kind of housing. Another thing I would like to mention, Mr. Shkurakov has mentioned that when we are talking about housing policy, for us it is important to talk not only about the fact that we have to have the house built, but also we have to provide the power supply, water supply. Another thing I would like to mention, I think that we need to broaden this range, because now when we are talking about housing policy, we are saying that we should have the tool of the support of the citizens. Sorry for saying that, but it has to be compatible to what our citizens can get when they are abroad in the European Union. And when we're talking about this, it's important to talk not only about the minimum critical needs, but also additional needs. For example, I'm working not only on the IDP, but also on the demographic policy. And when we are considering Ukrainian demography, the challenges we have in this sector, we can see that one of the most critical situations is the low birth rate, 0.9 children per one woman, with the standard 2.2. And when we are considering the causes for the situation, we have not only security, but also another reason is that is the lack of the infrastructure. The mothers do not want to give the birth, or they are not able to give the birth because there is no one who can take care of these children after the birth. And therefore, we need not only to build the housing and to provide the access to basic infrastructure, we need to provide the access to social infrastructure. We have to have the barrier-free spaces, and we have to have shelters. And beside all of these, we have to provide the access to so-called third space. That is something that is commonly ignored in Ukraine when developing the cities. But when the woman gives a birth to the child, the woman has to have the space where she can go with her child. And if you're not able to live because you need to cross the street and you do not have the pedestrian cross, in this case, most probably you won't want to give the birth to this child, and you will be thinking about the more comfortable housing. So that is the question I would like to discuss when it comes to housing policies, because the housing policy has to be not just to be considered as a right for housing, but the right for comfortable housing with according to the standards of infrastructure, so that people wanted to live there, so that people didn't want to leave these facilities. So I guess that's it from my side, and I would like to thank for the organization. The last remark I would like to say, what I was saying about the social housing, that is not the announcement with a detailed design, on the subsidy. The detailed design will be known after the government will approve this design. So far, that are our suggestions, which are not the final decision. So please take it in account. Thank you very much. Thank you, Darina.
Thank you, Darina. The principle of access to the housing, which are provided by European Charter for the access to the housing, it's about it that every person has a long-term decision concerning the access to the house. And this is understanding the thing that state must implement such an instrument of the help for the citizens for such housing, which will give people long-term decision. And this is about this, and we are trying take into account the specification of Ukraine due to the IDPs to use such as instruments which will let citizens which occur in a terrible condition connected with the war, which was started when the territory of Ukraine has access to such houses. And we hope for the support of our partners of European Union, how it can be launched in Ukraine, in which way it can be realized in the future. Investment project which will be the changes of amendments to the legislation is very important for Ukrainian. And this is a question, which is the main question concerning in which way we can keep people in Ukraine and give them possibility to understand that tomorrow is possible. If we are talking about Ukraine as a modern European state, we talk that Ukraine must create the circumstances for each person, independent of its financial state, can solve the housing question. And would like to ask Olga Altonina, the person who suffered from the aggression of Russian Federation, how you treat the new reform for housing policies. Thank you for your question, colleague. I agree to all of you. It's very important question. I would like to say that we're dealing with not only with IDPs, but also with the defending of the rights of those one who stayed at the territory of military attacks and for those temporarily occupied territories. And there are a lot of such people. They address to the empowered Ombudsman for human rights for the housing questions. We have up to 90,000 applications concerning the defense of a right, and approximately 20% about housing. And today we have 4 variants of the decision of the problem of housing for IDPs. First of all, the offer from the state, there is renovation and there is a housing. It's very hard, difficult problem for IDPs about the first, too expensive the first payment, and up to 200 people gain such a possibility through such a program. We have the renovation, very nice program. We agreed it. We have a big amount of money. There is no problem and questions besides those people who left the territories where the house is ruined and they cannot have this compensation. Mariupol, we cannot make acts about the ruined housing. We don't have proper mechanism. That is the reason why such people are beyond the state decision, and it's clear. It's the first thing. It's provided by the state. The second thing, it's places of temporary location. Now we have 1,083 which were confirmed by Minister for Integration. 50,000 of persons living there, and due to different assessment, we know that more of them they didn't come to the register because they have not very nice conditions which cannot correspond to the minimum standards. It's approximately 70 or 80,000 people live in temporary places of living. This is a decision. People solve their problem on their own. They just rent apartments. The decision number 4, I name it, it's happiness. So like my happiness. Happiness looks like the decision of local authorities. There are local authorities and regional power which are getting involved for the helping for IDPs, for military service veterans, their families, and they approve proper decision. For example, Drogovich City, Lvivska region, almost all IDPs who come to this community has a house, and because Lord Mayor involved grant money, provided the reconstruction of the houses for the IDPs there, and promised that near the time everyone who came to the community will have the house. And it's a unique occasion, but there is not many communities like this. Have Kyiv, 410 IDPs in Kyiv. There is no program, no places for during all period of war. 113 apartments were bought, and you see that you can compare the quantity of IDPs and quantity of departments. There are regional program, Mykolaiv, Chernivtsi, Zakarpattia, except the program correspondents they compensate part of the percent for the credit for housing, or the program launch the program where they take upon themselves the extinguishing of the interest due to the credits, and they agreed such decision because it's very brave for them, because the authorities of local authorities has such a responsibility upon themselves. That is why if you can analyze anything that I told, the decision, there is almost no decision for IDPs. I will remind the figure, the millions. We should take the decision. I'm grateful that the partners have brainless for them, and they are honest to say that there is no decision. Legislation is old. The queue for the apartment is not doesn't work. That the Ombudsman office agrees the new legal law, the basis of the housing policy, and we think that it should be realized yesterday, and it would be very good if we will not only approve such decision, and also we will involve to the discussion and the process of legalization and implementation those to whom we create such a decision. So IDPs, the state and made the elective authority, so-called Council of IDP, who accept the biggest quantity of application. Because I am the member of IDP, and we have up to 100 application. People asking what kind of decision you have, what community or state can offer to me. It calls that if you don't have enough information, people must have information what can be provided to them, what will be in the nearest future. Together we are in the same informational field, and that is why we know about the initiative of the state, initiative of the Ministry of Social Policy, about to new housing. We have the amendments concerning IDPs, concerning renovation of occupied territories will be taken into account, but the IDPs don't know this information. They are not aware because we cannot present such a decision to them because this is in now. That is why the IDPs have take such decision if they come back to the occupied territories, occupied to the active military action, because we take many strengths and money from our partners to activate them, to give them the prospect that they will have the possibility to live on in normal conditions. So that is why such a legal law is not only about the housing but also about safety. As soon as we say that we have the decision and then it will be implemented, people for themselves will take upon the decision. If they are ready to leave occupation, not leave their children under the shelling in Kharkiv. That is why I tell one more time, thank you for your initiative, taking it upon yourself. It's very important, it's very important decision, and we are waiting for the realization, and we expect that the result will be good for those people who expect for this. Thank you, Mrs. Olga, thank you. I must say that working out of this project has unpredictable support of the partners. As far as I remember, there is no amendments in legislation which would have such consolidated positive decision of our decision of our partners. If we are talking, if they understand why do we do it, of course I understand. We understand that we have a lot of IDPs, the territory of European Union that also supported by European Union, and they understand that to make the possibilities, to give the instruments which will be about the possibilities of the authorities of local power, formation of different instruments, and help our partners from international financial partners to realize, to implement this information. We need transparent, clear procedure of functioning of such instruments. That is why, if we will talk which role we have the local authorities with the full invasion, we have seen the positive decentralization reformation about what kind of role was played by the local authorities in decision one on another question concerning both IDPs and stable functioning of settlements. If we are talking about such two main directions, I must say that local authorities, those which have the desire, possibilities in cooperation, international cooperation, can make such funds, such foundations that we are talking about. One more time, I will come back. All the legislations that we used to have at the beginning of the full invasion generally did not give any tools for the local authorities to make such a communal fund for such housing where they could place IDPs and give them clear and stable decision. So that is why the question that we are discussing now is a question of implementation of such instruments which will let local power authorities to provide such a fund at their territory of their settlement. It will lead not only to solve the problem of IDPs, but generally to make the another another philosophy of treatment of people to the housing and to the property of such housing. We must create such such housing accessible. I mean, not only the purchasing, but accessible for the use. And such work and such direction, it's the main thing. And such changes that we're working out is the main thing that must make such instruments to the so-called power. That is why I would like to give the floor Alexander Slobozhan. Mr. Slobozhan, if the community supports such changes in the legislation, if they like to start another instrument that we are talking about for the settlement. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you, Mrs. Natalia. You even introduce give some messages in my text. First of all, I greet everyone who is here, who is staying with us, who has possibility to stay with us online. It's not the first event, and I will not list everyone. Natalia Victorina introduce everyone at everything. The partners. Thank you for the such support, technical support of such issue. And first message about Ukraine facility is for those who are in this audience, independently which kind of power they represent, the Association of City of Ukraine. I think many people know this. Article 5 of Constitution tells that we, with you as the population of Ukraine, we are the power directly or through the local authorities, or the, so that is why I'm not such important, because I'm representing 1,055 municipalities, which are the member of Association of the Cities. It's in effect the basis of the public power which executes such important tasks. But without synergy with the central power, it wouldn't be possible. And Natalia Victoria took the legislation framework without changing this. In effect, our success in such version are not real, but the main message is we talk about Ukraine facility. I ask not to accept it, not taken like a present, like a gift. It will be costs which were given that the housing will be built for this housing, and this housing will be as a present, as a gift. Have you heard the first deputy for the Ministry of Social Policy? It's a figures, it's a statistic. When she announced it, maybe you accept it like something hidden away, but a million people is a life of the person, and to provide 50,000 euro, 150,000 euros such a gift, it's not possible. First message is like this: it's concerning the authorities, to the central power, to different experts. But what things are important? Mrs. Altunina paid attention to the IDPs, and here, remember Alina, Norway Council from refugee questions. There are a lot of our colleagues which are busy in this question. I would like all of you to come back for the beginning of the war. As year 2014, 600,000 persons were at official house in Kyiv. They were waiting for the house, and pay attention to this figure. So the problem of housing was acute before full invasion, before the war, 2014. We cannot overcome this problem on our own, because when we have started the decentralization, Ministry of Regional Development, now Ministry of Renovation, just to distinguish for our colleagues, to make it clear, Office Miss Natalia with statistic data. Old fund, the fund which was built before year 1919, from the such a fund which is in authorities for local authorities, 60% of all housing fund colleagues is building before 1992, and now the main scene. It was reminded here about the rights and defense of IDPs. In effect, from Donetsk Lugansk region, Mariupol city, Melitopol, and other cities, legally they don't have a right to put on the queue. And here I thank them one more time for our international partners for the experiment for Melitopol, and we expect that the government will make the decision and will be spread like legal fact of fixation. That is why, because we have the register after Reykjavik of European partners know such, we are aware about this, about such register, about our register, about the legal fact. It's necessary to provide it. But why I am talking to this about is a second important block concerning the legal fixation. And now directly about this draft law about housing policy. It changing the philosophy. We leave behind the Soviets philosophy behind. When I had started to working in this Ismail council at Deska region, I couldn't understand. Legally, we have some Vitselenchesky fund. It's a fund for people who changed their place in life. We talk living. We talk about the IDPs for those one who needs the improvement of their living. I talked about the queue of 600,000. Now we have much this figure increased, and even the authorities they have some problem. They had some catastrophes, fire, where they should put these people for temporary living. We have such fund absent, and the second scene, maybe it will be not pleasant for somebody, but we must discuss it here. For us, when we come to the parliament, to avoid such political discussion, and this fund is provided. It's not a gift. It cannot be privatized, and we should understand it. But local power must have correspondent part. And it's provided in such changes to the legislation. And we were positive in paying attention of the ministry. And here the deputies are present for our profile committee. This is a basic message due to the draft law, and that is why it is supported. I will tell more. Association of City of Ukraine, the 1st April year 2024, made the conception of renovation of local power, not because our old conception is bad, because we have new challenges. It's IDPs appear, the challenges concerning quantity of people who need the social discounts and new categories concerning meals for children, 1,440,000. And about such a conception of renovation, which provided for 10 million, it's for the support of international power. It's the Congress of Council of Europe and the European Alliance by Committee Europe. Council of Europe, and everyone knows this who works with German, Mr. Milbrand, the Chancellor from issues of decentralization. We have a block concerning the housing right. It's provided the separate separate chapter is provided, and we expect that government will approve this draft. Yes, a lot of questions from terminologies, but I expect that we together will bring it through the government to avoid the changes of the terminologies concerning the terminology in this draft law. And the third important moment, we have told about many examples, and now concerning the European partners and concerning such partners from Central Power, we will have such spoilers, such advertising. We have so today best practice will be possible to be represented by Lord Mayor of Poltava, Kolomyia, and Novovolynsk region, Mrs. Yamshikova, and she will be with us, and Ms. Karpos, Stanislavsky. Such programs are working there, and they need to be facilitated. And we have first deputy, Mr. Pavorozhnik. I think I introduced everyone, and you will have the possibility to discuss all of the questions and to work out both practice cases, which will be the basis of the legislation, and agree about the advocacy. Please don't use the word lobby. We use advocacy because we have the separate law. So that is why I finalize them here. Thank you very much, and I expect that this question is more than 30 years old from independence of Ukraine. Why I emphasize on the conception of renovation? Because living block directly is reflected there. I will not tell that it's tied to the academic profile of IDPs, but it is not for that urgency, but only for IDPs. So in my opinion, Ukraine facility will give a possibility for us, for the sake of international support, to change the rules and create the project for the wide reflection and to solve the question in living sphere. I'm very glad for the initiative, and I feel that for representative of local power are here, and everyone can discuss with them. And I ask the one who will have the presentation, would you please give them later? Thank you, Alexander. As Classic has told, Ivan Frangoseld, woke up with this mountain and you will succeed. Now we will move on for the local power to be able to use such instruments which are operating. Unfortunately, if you talk about the planning of the cities and development of the settlement, because we have a cooperation with international cooperation, we always talk about the development, and in some cases, the question of the development unites with the question is united with the question of decision of the emergency problem which appears this night, because everyone, we understand that the situation in the energy system, we all are aware of the situation which comes after the shelling from Russian part, that in one of another settlement, the social institution is ruined, and it should be decided very urgently concerning the electricity supply and so on. So that is why in Ukraine, the question of development is united and has a little bit different aftertaste concerning the everyday functioning. And that is the reason why that we are trying to explain our partners. If we are talking with you about the strategy of the development of the settlement, about the strategy document concerning the functioning of the 7 or 5 years, so tomorrow can be quite different question, which is not provided by the strategy. Unfortunately, we have a war in Ukraine, and every day a war brings another afterstates. What kind of main headaches appears? What kind of authority institution has both state how to decide one on another urgent question? because it's necessary to some group of settlements or one another settlement should solve difficult questions. And here I would like to involve Speaker Online, head of Association of all Ukrainian, Ivan Slobodyanek, All Ukrainian Association of Communities, their position, how they see, take into account such position, how they launch the reformation of the housing policy at their territory. Colleagues, I hope we are ready. Sorry for being absent. I didn't calculate the time to contact communities. I would like from me to say that a topic which we rise up now, it's very important for the communities, because a big amount of people, big amount of communities which has a problem from IDPs and generally with the conception of changes of housing policy. We are active, involved in such a process together with the ministry. We are involved to working out of the new draft law. We agreed with for the previous consultation, but both for practical level, we together with ministry are looking for the decision which help to realize the housing policy. And now one of the basic problems, as we can see now in housing questions, as we from one side we have a lot of plenty of program from the state which will help in a good for the it stays a big problem with the first contribution of money to the, and we have the roadmap both for the community. We could solve this question, and I think that if we will have the first successful cases, we will be able to discuss with the donor to make more efficient, to realize more efficient this way. I thank you for the ministry that it's paid attention to such things, and we will be involved with the local authorities where it's necessary to provide it in Ukraine. Thank you, Ivan. The question that we discuss has the understanding of necessity. We all understand that time has come, and I expect that we will be able to use this time. Don't lose this moment, which will lead to this direction to make Ukraine better. I give understanding principle in which way tomorrow will look like. I will make citation the ex-Ministry of Housing and Communal Ministry, Mr. Kucherenko, who will be on this panel a little bit later. We will formate the responsible owner. And I hope that we understand that what should be in this question, and we will let for our financial partner have the understanding that such instruments that we launch has quality and transparent realization, and local authorities can realize such instrument, giving the aid to the citizen in the community. I expect that such working out that we are doing will let us to do it. I would like to say thank you to all speakers, to thank our international partners for their support. And tomorrow we will have a housing strategy. We will have law about social purpose, and we have to work. And I'm sure that it's not the last discussion. That we will continue getting it more deep and deep in each aspect on each component of housing policy. And now we come to the question answer. So colleagues who has a question to the speaker, if it's possible, microphone in the audience, colleagues raise a hand for colleagues to make a question to our speakers.
Ось за вами, дівчина.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Ms. Bondarenko. I'm representing Luhansk Oblast. I'm also representing the organization of the amalgamated territorial Hromadas. I would like to give you a feedback. In 2014, Luhansk and Donetsk Oblast were occupied, and unfortunately, And luckily for those people, people have adjusted to the situation and they live in Ukraine, they live abroad, and unfortunately they are not going to return. And you know, my main message and my main pain as the head of the Armada is to preserve the human capital and to return back to Ukraine fully to rebuild our occupied territories and temporary occupied territories. And together with Mr. Boris Karpus, we would like to sign the memorandum to support the IDPs on providing them with the housing. And I do understand that the heads of Armadas who are present today with us from the territories controlled by Ukraine, they have a unique chance to preserve the human resources and to multiply their own ones. And for me, it is painful because I do understand that people are reintegrating again, and I guess there would be no one to return back to Luhansk and Donetsk Oblast because they will find great Armadas and great support. And I hope that our armed forces of Ukraine will support us and that people will be able to return soon to our houses, will be able to rebuild our territories with inclusive spaces, because what the things we were doing for the last 8 years. We were implementing fantastic projects thanks to international partners. We were building the centers of administrative services. We were providing services, and people, when they saw these, they were returning back home. And I would like to give you the example of my Armada, where the new Ukrainian village was implementing. When people returned home, when they arrived to live on their territories, because we had great projects like full digitalization, meaning the internet resources, and even the furthest part of my Armada, they had internet connection, and the people returned, the families who were paying taxes, who were able to live on their own territories with these great infrastructure, and we were developing. And now I have the desire, we need to develop, we need to build the infrastructure in the furthest part of our Armadas, in Rivne, on any our territory. And in this case, people will not be concentrated in big houses, in big centers, and will be thinking of the apartments in Kyiv or big cities. Thank you very much, and that is my feedback. And of course, I wish we have this understanding that we need to preserve the human resources. Thank you, Natalia, for your feedback on those things we are implementing at the moment, and we do understand that human resources of different settlements, that is not just the issue of recovery, but also of the matter of returning the authorities, Ukrainian authority there, and how we will be able to do that, and what we will need to implement. And what should we do to return the temporary occupied territories back to Ukraine and to provide the people who stay there or return there with the needed support? And yes, indeed, the issue of the human resources is very important, and that is something we have to consider. Dear colleagues, do you have questions? I can see one here.
My name's Julie Lawson. I'm writing a report for EU Starter at the moment, and also building on the Housing 2030 recommendations, which are about best practices from the European region. In September 22, we recommended that Ukraine develop a mechanism which enhance the key role of municipalities. So I have a question for the Association of Cities. What mechanism, what type of arrangement or agreement or program would enable you as municipalities or groups of municipalities to take on the effective role you need to play in land resettlement, in strategic urban planning, and in dedicated promoters or communal enterprises for long-term public investment, or grants and loans, which is likely to come to you towards new homes and inclusive neighbourhoods, the kind of neighbourhoods that have been spoken of today, also for children, also for elderly people, people who are injured, people who are part of the community and perhaps coming to your communities. So what type of arrangements between the central and municipalities would you see as being useful? We know those arrangements exist in some other countries, but what unique way would be effective so that the resources reach the communities that need them most at the moment? Should it be a demand-driven model where you request those funds? Should it be a competitive model where you apply for them with others? How will municipalities be best engaged with potentially available resources?
Дякую, Джулі.
Thank you, Julia. Alexander? Thank you very much for the question, Miss Julia, for this question. Let me start from the point that you have concealed in your question, and my colleagues have actually pushed me to this answer. In the European Union, you have the understanding, the definition, which is cohesion as mutual support. And when in my speech I have drawn attention to the mayors who are going to participate the round table, that is representatives of Poltava, Novovolynsk and Kolomyia, in some way that are kind of peaceful territories, that are not the occupied territories, that are not Hromada communities on the front line, but they have the best practices, and they have a vast huge number of the IDPs and a lot of working load, and they are implementing different projects. Ms. Natalia has drawn our attention on signing the memorandums between the Hromada with Luhanska Oblast, which is temporarily occupied, but the IDPs are partially going to Novovolynsk Hromada. At the moment, so far, the only efficient tool which will make us closer to the European Union is mutual support. There are common trans-budgetal transitions which are helping to implement the common projects. Now we are in the process of negotiations with the Minister of Finance, because these two was more active, and we had lots of examples when some of the community, thanks to the Parliament since as of the previous week, we have the available tools for 49 Hromada communities. For the people who are IDPs, they cannot live in Melitopol, in Mariupol, in Berdyansk, in Novokakhovka towns. They live in city Dnipro, in city Zaporizhia. There are the centers Ya Mariupol or I Mariupol Ya Bakhmut. When the president will sign these law, they will get the financial support. So, for example, in Poltava, there is a center, Ya Mariupol, I Mariupol. So the funds can be redirected to this fund that is a support to the IDP, that is a support to Poltava. They are going through the budget of Poltava for the relevant housing projects. And therefore, I would enhance the tools of the cooperation between municipalities. The other thing is that, as for the agreement with the local authorities and central authorities, any kind of agreement is possible if we will change the legislation. The draft law, after it will be adopted on the basics of the housing policies, it will change the principles on this sector, and after these, the amendments to the legislation on the law, on the self-governance will change on the Hromadas, and therefore the clear rules of the oblast and Hromada level military administration, and then you were mentioning cooperation. I think that in this situation, unfortunately, the tools of competition are not possible to be not possible. Why? Because Karpus in Novovolynsk, he brought the IDPs from, for example, Izum, that is just an example, that is a fact, and he brought it to Ternopilska Oblast. And 25 years, for 25 years, they didn't have the architecture, and the IDP who arrived to Ternopilska Oblast, they have checked his profile, and they have suggested this salary, and he got this job. So can Izum be compatible when it comes to this kind of position? No. So in this case, we only have to have cooperation, and maybe the central authorities will not like it. The last thing I would like to say is that the more mediators we have between the ministry and the decree by the ministry and the implementation in Hromada, the more the information is distorted and the money for the administrative needs are lost. And therefore, I would have omitted oblast and local level military administrations. The local authorities, with the efficient cooperation with the ministry and with the transparent criteria, they're able to implement the programs absolutely with no problems. Dear colleagues, maybe other questions? I guess that is. We have the last question. That will be the very last question. Ms. Natalia, the question to you. Ms. Darina has emphasized that when the social housing will be built, the expenditures have to be not more than 30%. But when we are building the new construction, it has to be more energy efficient with the system, with the heating system, and how you're going to resolve the issue with energy efficiency of the social housing. And the second question, do we need the criteria where we have the centralized system of water and heat supply, that they have to be connected to energy, central energy system. So the question is even more complicated than it seems, because every settlement has its own philosophy of energy supply, and not in all of the places we can talk about the centralized system of energy supply. And I think that our task as a government, we have to make the framework on the criteria on the energy efficiency, and that is what Mr. Alexander is always mentioning. The local authorities, considering the situation on site, they have to form the conditions for each settlement. But we, as Ukraine, have the obligation. We have to make the housings energy efficient, and it is clear. And I hope that the pilots which we are launching together with EIB, it will help us to implement together with different Hromadas of different types. We will be able to implement it, and it will give us information on how we can be energy efficient in each settlement, and also in social housing. I do not differentiate the social housing and non-social housing. So that is a brief information. Dear colleagues, we are out of time. Thank you once again. Thank you once again, the audience, the international partners for their support, and our panelists for their hard work which they are doing 24/7. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Natalia. Thank you all the participants for the emotional and active discussion. And without a break, we are moving to our next panel, which is called the International Institutions Opinion in Progress of Ukrainian Reforms. We would like to invite the EU delegation head of the section for energy infrastructure and environment, Mr. Jocelyn Cornet, Mr. Grzegorz Gaida, representative of EIB, and representative of House of Europe, Housing Europe. Please, I invite you to the stage, and we will try to define our movement.
Sit down, please. Тож, враховуючи те, що ми маємо півгодини, а можливо і трошки менше.
Maybe even less. So, nevertheless, we have to feel in the context of the European integrational process. We have to see this in the light of how our partners see the reforms. And I have the first question for you, very simple question. Is it possible to implement something from the European experience right now in Ukraine, considering the fact that the plans of any Ramada community, big or small, can be changed, unfortunately, by one attack, by one shot? Can we forecast how Ramada can develop in the future if we unfortunately cannot plan our energy aspects of each Ramada community? What the European Union you would have, out of European Union experience you would have suggested to Ukraine right now? Please, the floor is yours.
Yes.
Thank you very much for inviting us and for organizing this event. I think that I really enjoyed the discussion before about the engagement with the municipalities, the engagement with the civil society, and I think it's a way to go. So to answer your question, the resilience, which is behind, it's about creating a network between public institutions, municipalities, and the central government. That's important, to create a very good, solid network to support housing, and especially social housing. It's important to have a clear strategy that also reflects the external factors that you mentioned, in order to have actually always a plan B when you have a significant attack. When it comes to the next steps, as far as we see it, we believe that this reform, this law, is the first step, and we congratulate for what the government has done so far, together with the civil society. We'd like also to highlight the excellent work that has been done by our partners, especially the World Bank and European Investment Bank. We think that Ukraine is closer and closer to Europe, learning by the different approaches that we have had in Europe when it comes to housing. There is not only one example in Europe, and I think that we should dedicate some time in 2024 together about the implementation of this law with these peer-to-peer practices. My colleague will speak about housing in Europe, the different examples. And I think that Ukraine could use a few of these examples in order to make sure that you have the right strategy and the right implementation. So what is next for us as EU? Of course, we stand firm next to you to support this reform, to implement it. We have various programs. We have a starter program that is actually financing this event that will end, but we hope that will be another one. We would like to also to support the government and the civil society and the parliament in terms of making sure that this reform is translated into some investment in social housing and in housing in particular. We have actually some resources that are available through the Ukraine facility that has been actually reflected in the medias, especially in terms of social housing. We'd like to discuss it with you. We work with financial institutions, our traditional partner, the European Investment Bank, but also the partners, the World Bank, and also some national development banks, in order to make sure that this reform becomes a reality in Ukraine soon. Thank you.
Дякую, пане Корне. Спасибі велике.
Thank you very much. Mr. Jewish, you think that Ukraine is moving in this direction despite the war aggression, but what you would have emphasized? What should Ukraine take effort? Ukrainian Investment Bank is the bank of the European Union, and we have a vast experience in financing the public housing in the European Union countries. And in fact, we have different models on how it works, but it has something in common. Something that allows these models, helps these models to be efficient, and we are trying to implement these best practices in Ukraine so that all the citizens of Ukraine, all those people who are vulnerable and who need housing, to have access to housing on affordable price and the quality they demand. But nevertheless, I wouldn't have been a banker if I didn't say one more thing. Housing is expensive. Constructing housing is pricey. And even the richest countries of the European Union wouldn't have afforded housing of high quality and on the price right from the state budget. There is no country which is able to do that because costs are very high, and therefore we have efficient financial models which are the core of this sector. And we as a bank, we can also explain you these models and how to make that all of these things were possible, because our financial resources are also limited, and therefore they have to be invested in the best way. And now, how can it be done? So the first thing I would like to say that the first steps were already done, and it was a pleasure for me to work with the Ministry of Recovery on the law which was mentioned today, the law on the basics of the social public housing. That is a very good law which is meeting the standards, the European standards, which is meeting the best European practices, and we support it. And we urge Ukrainian government and the Parliament of Ukraine to support this law, and on the basis of this law to develop the further legislation on its basis, because that is a step which will lead Ukraine to the efficient housing policy which everyone was talking about today. And important thing about it is that in the framework of this law, the Soviet time legislation is cancelled, the one which was forming the expectations that everything can be free of charge. And these expectations, these promises, nobody believes it, but people, it doesn't allow people to have the proper obligation, to feel the obligation for the housing policies. And therefore, in this way, we can make the government in charge for these applications. And we have to do it right now. I cannot imagine the situation that the war is over and we are sitting right here and we are thinking, what should we do? We have to know 100% what should we do, for whom, how, with whom. And that is something we have to learn today, and so that when the war will be over and when we will need to reconstruct fast, we will have all the tools in hand and all the institutions will be operating in Ukraine, and we will be able to rebuild Ukraine efficiently and fast. Thank you very much. That despite all these things, EIB is not just one of the first, but the first one to be here. Mr. Carlos, so what do you think about what Ukraine needs right now on its way to recovery?
Much for the invitation for Housing Europe to be here. Housing Europe is an European association which gather almost 43,000 entities that manage social housing in the EU. So just to give you the idea, we manage about 25 million homes in the EU. I myself work in the Lisbon Housing Municipality, and we manage about 23,000 units in the city of Lisbon. So, and what we can offer also to the Ukrainian government, to the Ukrainian people, is our experience of more than 140 years on managing social housing. I've prepared just a little text because just to get it very practical, because we are not politicians. We are those who implemented all the practical thing. So for us, and as I said before, we have this all accumulated experience in our 31 countries where we are implemented. So I'll just read it because it's more targeted text. So, well, as I told you, we've been working for this in 140 years, carrying out accumulated experience as no other in Europe. Creating a home is not only the action of building an apartment or a detached house, but it's an act of social construction where details matter and makes a difference in the success of tenants, of the households, of the community, and in the end of the system. It is also beyond the frontier of the walls of the house. Its gardens, its transport, its structural commodities, its fluxes of people, its jobs, its health and well-being. And by achieving all of this, you'll get job creation, economic growth, and social development. So create from scratch a housing system is a deep challenge that can have success if in consideration of some aspects. First, the drawing of the system. In European countries, almost each country have its own system, so a lot of experience have been carried out and some conclusions taken. A housing system needs to take in consideration different types of tenures mixed in the sprawl of the city, taking in consideration the social diversity and the need to give solutions to all. In this sense, planning should include housing for all, and the ways to achieve it, the actors which have obligations which, if positively, contribute to the global solution. This system should be clear, easily to understand, and to put in practice, which is not compatible with the net of laws that in the end there is more doubts than solutions. Who does what? What are the limits? Who can contribute to achieve the proposed goals? How is the financial scheme that supports all of this? After the sketch of the system, it is important to undertake the tasks of planning. Having a home is fundamental, but it is also important to have transport so people can move in an ecological way, social facilities like schools, kindergarten, health centers, elderly or intergenerational centers, commerce, etc. And places to play, to hang around outside, like gardens, playgrounds, and sports facilities. The design and the quality of this planning are essential for the quality of living and the success of the projects. Thinking about the type of property adequate for these systems, even if there should be a mix of rental and market houses, the rented one should be predominant. There are some reasons for this. First, we may get a quick profit by selling the houses, but that will be a one-shot income. With rental, we'll have 100 years of income. When we sell a house, we stick the property to that specific owner, which can stay there for life, or after some years sell it with profit and even speculation. But when we rent a house, several families over this 100-year period can benefit from it. And every time we sell a social or public housing unit, our stock gets more and more rigid, as a consequence, lower possibilities for new families to get in the system. If selling is not controlled, and for example, we don't sell all the properties in one building, the control of it vanished, and it will be very difficult to keep it maintained and rehabilitated. As we lose properties by selling, but demand is always increasing, when we sell social housing units, we are more and more distant from our objectives of housing for all. This doesn't mean that in the system design, it's not possible to have sellings. It is possible, and they can help to balance the accountability, such as market rents. When mixing social, affordable, and market rents, you can get a higher probability of upgrading the social ladder for the poorest, giving a community sense to everybody, but also to have more income that compensates the typical deficit of the social rental system. It is essential to have the objective to give financial stability to the housing managers' companies, not only to give them conditions so they can make properly their mission, but also thinking about the scaling up of it. And scaling is an essential condition for long-term success, as you need to keep feeding the system and give more and more answers to the families. So social housing rents will never cover by themselves the cost of construction and maintenance of the buildings. So it is essential to plan on how to avoid structural deficit in the managing entities. The solution for this resides in two factors. The managing entity should diversify its sources of income. In the mission of the social housing provider, there should be considered other tasks like market rents, rents from shops, from offices, parking, etc. The provision of a housing subsidy to the family, if possible, paid directly to the housing provider, which fill the gap between what the family can pay, and never more than 30% of their income, and the real cost of the building, plus maintenance, conservation, and rehabilitation. And introducing new business opportunities like those related with energy capture and efficiency. Talking about efficiency, the energy one should be in the center of the projects. It's the opportunity to be a model in this area, to say to the world that you are creating the most advanced energy efficiency communities. This is not only a slogan, but a true sustainable investment in terms of finance. If you do it better now, you will not need to do much more in the near future. If you create self-sustainable home, your dependence from external sources of power is reduced, and never again you'll be at mercy of third countries. In this sustainability issue, circularization of materials should also be a primary option. And by reducing the need to buy materials as an effort to reuse them, you also save money and the nature, giving that example to the world. So this is some clues, some suggestions for this system that is being built. And again, we are at Housing Europe absolutely available to give our support to your strategy. And in the name of Housing Europe, I would like also to invite the Ukrainian government to be in the financial summit that will be held in Milan in the 18th November 2024, exactly where these issues of financial sustainability and will be discussed, and the models of sustainable financial sustainability in different countries will be presented. So thank you very much.
Дякую вам, пане Карло. Корнев.
You would like to add some support, Mr. Kurs?
And I would like to highlight the importance of having this bottom-top approach when it comes to social housing. You mentioned the Deputy Minister, the involvement of the municipalities. Also, an important aspect is that you have a great experience of involving the homeowners association, the condominiums. You do it through the Energy Efficiency Fund with great results. And we could expect, as Europe, actually, to lay the ground on a proper social housing reform in its implementation, together with the homeowners association, right? It's important in terms of resilience, and it's also to answer your questions. The resilience of the social housing sector also goes through the deep involvement of the homeowners association. Thank you.
Дякую вам, дякую, шановні учасники.
Thank you, and thank you, dear participant, and thank you for your recommendation, for your practical use of experience, your big European experience of communities, and as far as this experience can be used in Ukraine. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, dear participants of our conference. We would like to pause a break for 20 minutes. We have to have some rest and discuss everything we have heard, and we have online translation, and next panel will be very important of how to change and how reformate the situation in Ukraine, the vision of our deputies. And I wait for you in 20 minutes in this audience.
Шановні гості, запрошую до зали. Ми продовжуємо наше проведення конференції. Просимо до зали, запрошуємо вас. Dear guests, we invite you to the hall and continue your event. You're welcome.
Next round table and next panel have the name, the vision of parliamentary for the current and future problem. And we have planned how to make this, to concentrate this discussion in the hand of deputies, but it happens like this, that I will get involved to this panel, and I invite to participate those people who could be here. It's Pavlo Frolov, Andriy Strikharsky, member of Parliament of Ukraine. We invite you here, member of Alexei Kucherenko, member of Parliament, Alexander Sanchenko, member of Parliament, Inna Sovsun. I didn't see her in this audience. If she is here, I ask her to join us. A greeting to all of you, and the topic of our discussion, of this part of discussion, it's like very interesting. The vision of the parliamentaries for the current and future problems in the context of social housing, inclusive housing, energy efficient housing, and take into account the beginning of the negotiation. Now we have the negotiation of start of Ukraine joining European Union. We will start from this. So your vision for today and future problem in the context. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. My name is Pavlo Frolov. It's not correct in this program. I'm a member of parliament and chair of special committee for issue of rights for IDPs and others who suffered from Russian aggression. We created the commission in the parliament because we need to organize and concentrate all our attention concerning the victims and sufferers of Ukraine for this non-provoked aggression of Russian Federation. Our committee representative of parliament fraction which are present in parliament. We started our work from the fact that the biggest problem of IDPs, of Ukrainians, is housing. It's you maybe know that due to the assessment of World Bank, together with the European Commission and the government, the level of harm, the level of lost housing costs $59 million. 3 and 4 Ukrainians has lost of the house, and for the estimation of Ukrainian experts, school Ukraine of economy, it's 4 million of Ukrainians. It's very hard to imagine how much is it. It's a population of or half of Austria or Sweden, and to cope with such a challenge, we understand that here we must have the consolidation of all stakeholders, of all participants, of Ukrainian Ukrainian politicians, world economy, and we have constructed our work of our commission on this fact that we collect everyone and we think together how we can solve this problem together. And our committee, with the support of USAID, created in May the forum of dialogue where we had invited all of the international humanitarian organizations who works in Ukraine. We invite ministers, and we were represented, 15 members of parliament were represented, and we invite consulted the members of community, association of cities, local deputies, a council of IDPs who work. It's approximately 700 the council of IDPs in all region, and we discussed how we should solve the problem of living space, of housing. As a result of this forum, we was a draft law about the inventarization and spectator of all of the real estate which is available in Ukraine, which can be used for placement of temporary placement of IDPs. This draft of law provides the creation of committee on the level of a local military administration, and in each committee with the participation of Fund of State Property, Minister of Justice. It provided access to all of the register, and in effect look for all of this variant the creation of such databases, the pictures, technical condition, and making such interactive mapping. This interactive mapping will be serving like an instrument for internally displaced person who can voice objects, working some space for them, where people are living there, and this basis can serve as an instrument for communication of the authorities of the state authority with international partners, with charity, humanitarian organization, to make object in proper condition. And we provide that land plots, even without construction, without building, they also can be included to this map. There's a project of new construction, sometimes cheaper than reconstruction and repair of all abandoned houses. This draft law came through the committee, and on the first dates of July it will be in the parliament and will be should be approved by the parliament in the first hearing. And we work to create such a basis which will help to solve the housing problem for IDPs, for such people who lost their housing and no job. The state budget unfortunately don't have enough costs to realize and implement such law, and we provide the negotiation with international partners for them to help us to create the databases and make such methodological and support and realize such a law, and let us stay the paper. And for we should say databases and all of the house and decision which are provided by international partners, Caritas, Red Cross, USAID. So I mean, all international partners also can include their house and decision into this informational basis. And here there will be the change of ideas, change of decision, to solve as much as possible this problem of this housing. Of course, we support the reform that we discussing now, and we take active part in this, and we want this problem, such emergency conditions that we have in Ukraine, they also might be included into this decision, into the decision of the legislation amendments to the legislation. Unfortunately, the housing code, which was Wikipedia 1973 is not good. Then the European Committee and other partners should be involved for this working, and Ukraine will be able to get modern legislation, and it will help to solve the problem of housing, and it will be the instrument with which Ukraine will be able to watch future with a positive. If you will have questions, please ask. Mr. Alexei, let us two questions. As a journalist, as a hibernator, and as a person who took care about house and as a head of state committee, as a member of parliament, and your assessment of today's condition and the perspective, I think that you have easy answer and complicated answer. Thank you. Thank you for such a presentation, because we are, first of all, Will was an ex-minister from a housing communal household, and then it was a housing policy. There was a new terminology, the first version of the law about the housing. I reported as a minister in year 2009 with 50 votes in the audience, and everyone thought that the code will work and it will operate. This is that a housing code is not fly away, and we don't need it because we don't have nothing to code. We don't have such old norms, Soviet norm. Let's show us money. So that is why I'm glad to have the version of the law about state housing policy, and you represented it. And today the task of the was discuss and establish the framework and the model that the things that we should work. And the second advice that I can give to my colleague from other action, I am pretty sure if we have a big problem, we have to have the mixed state institution that will take care about this. And that is why I'm trying to help ministry as much as possible. Nevertheless, I work for another committee, and we press upon people. Actually, you understand me. You understand what I'm talking about. The depths, what to do with the depths. We have its own moment, and tomorrow I will have. Tomorrow they will talk about the reload of market of gas. It will be very interesting to hear from them. But coming back from our problem, I would like to wish to have the minister. Ukraine needs a minister. Please separate out the dwelling problem in the framework of the housing. Let it be a housing agency for housing policy. Employ here for the 5 years a professional, non-political person who is aware of this, and the maximum to make this out, because Ministry of Resources, Ministry of Money, so some agencies or railway, but I, as ex-minister for housing and communal, I worry that even the name of the ministry, we don't have no communal, no housing. I worry about this because the same in the USA, the Department of House and Urbanization, means Ministry for Housing Policy, and this way we should have this realization as the things which we talk about, that is about 10 million of Ukrainian funds. It's housing, and there is no. Today, no one has this responsible to do with this. And very briefly, I don't want to discuss the building of new housing. Constructors like building, like construction. Let everything be construction transparent. But money should we take from? It can be credit money or grant money. We should look for mechanism of such construction. And first of all, as a professional mathematics, I will tell you, 4.5 million people went abroad to the neighbor countries. They lived somewhere. And what's happening in their housing? What is in the housing? So you understand, there we have a lot of housing fund where temporary is not used. No one is living here. It's multi flat building. It's served. It's heating. It's premises is been cleaned. As for me, if housing is assets, and when you live far away, you should create such condition to make such asset work through transparent market. It can be order of municipality and municipality for renting for such migrants. And imagine if I had an apartment, if I should pay for this company, I would be with pleasure. If someone guarantees the payment of order and the utility payment, I would not disagree. It's my vision. We should make anything possible to make this asset work. And coming back to the key role that I've worried about this, it's our old housing fund, 115,190,000 housing. If Pavel will make inventarization of such dwelling, you understand these figures, how many buildings we have as a legacy, and we are looking for such effective owner. And I have a lot of questions. If he's really is there, we have a lot of things with amortization of such loans, like capital construction and energy efficiency. And the key question: what should we do with this fund? And let's agree that everything which was in the law for last 15 and 10 years, and so that it is you will all do this repair, heating, and you will operate this. It's not true. I wouldn't like criticize OSBBs. They survive. Some even developers, they have a head of, but the OSBBs for their legal basis is not good. Not because it's bad. It's not enough legal capacity to solve the key task. It's modernization of old fund. It's a big problem that today we have in Ukraine. And as for me, the second thing, the key mistakes, it was to take out the municipality through the law 117. Out of this process, I say, cut this road. They give the possibility to write out from the balance. They don't have any liabilities concerning the old fund. We understand that Lord Mayor says they understand they are trying to implement some problem, but concerning all of the problem to this old fund, they did not become massive. And I would like to say one more time that young deputies, members of parliament don't know about this because it was a long time ago. No one canceled the norm of the law in the year 1992. about privatization of state fund concerning the liabilities of the previous owner, a municipality, for mutual financing with my colleague we talked that let's find some kind of parity. Municipalities, grants, and from some money from people, and we need to bring back municipalities to this process because the Lord Mayors, the deputies, the structures, it's and. No one but them is ready to perform this program, both like energy efficiency and concerning 30%. We have told with this municipality, and the fund can start and help with this program. And of course, I'm sure that the modernization of the old housing, without such key player as the municipality, it will not be solved. Never, never. It will let to vote. You will understand. It will be part of people who, for them, they will decide their housing problem. They will become the efficient owner. But I don't know. It will be 40 or 30%. It's my forecast, taking into account the payability and mentality. We also have the same problem. And some part of problem without state support, it's the owner will not be able to be the efficient owner, and we should be ready to prepare another option for such people. No one will make this person get rid of the houses, and they have the problem of this. And in Europe, not everyone is the owner of the housing, because owner of the housing is a middle class. The owner of the house can gain the subsidy. Yes, it's some unique situation often. Okay. So I think that this question, if in new legislation, as a project of laws, draft laws, respond to this question, he will represent it into Verkhovna Rada. We will have the response to them. So the minimum you can expect for my and our support in Verkhovna Rada for further development. But it's impossible to lose such a chance that we have now, because it's a unique chance. Yes, it's a tragic one, but it's unique to analyze the old page, to analyze all of the mistakes, and to move on new stage. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Alexei. Thank you, Andrei Stekharsky, deputy of has launched to us, and with key challenges, and maybe you have your own challenge, and how to make Ukraine more stronger. The question to everyone, thank you for the floor. I'm a head of housing policy and defense of investments in our committee, and I would like to add our discussion with my vision, with my ideas, and of course a little bit about our process, which is very important for our day, and come back to this modern, I would say, necessary condition, and this draft law about main basis of housing policy. It's necessary. It should be modernized before war, but we deal with military things before the war, and it's necessary to provide it now. Why? Because we all understand that, and I understand this because I'm in this committee, that old housing fund and anything which is connected with these old norms, that we should exclude them, and about modernization of legislation of Ukraine, which is on our agenda, and we should give new inspiration, new push to the society in the housing fund. You know, there is a main important in the life of person. It's health, life, and housing. We should do anything, any effort to fulfill Constitution of Ukraine, Article 47. Everyone has a right for a place of living, housing. And if we discuss this topic, thank you for ministry, thank you, Natalia, and all our colleagues that we now that several times, even sometimes we provided online meetings with our potential colleagues, NGOs, people with ideas. They feel that application, first of all, by IDPs to us concerning the reform of such policy, and it's very important. And also, it's very important to involve European organizations, European partners. Why? Because we, for example, we should follow. I recently have visited Germany, where we provided events together with them, and there was a negotiation of such a policy. And I would like to say that this draft law is a sample. It's a push to different direction of a draft law, which can be out of the draft law. It will be pushed to new investments, new partners, new partners agreement for us to be able to create a condition, proper condition in the future that our Ukraine needs, which will be in for European Union. And I would like to mention the potential of the housing fund in Ukraine to create some proper condition in housing policy. We need to have this potential. So housing, that we have the program, we have renovation. It's very cool topic, but I know this. Because I communicate with a lot of people who get such credits, military people. It's due to our state that we found such program for financing. I will say you should work out some norms. I would like in the near future to meet the directors, but in the whole, we don't stop. We are not stop at the place, and we move forward. And due to such program, we have some work with the population. So this draft law is maximum will be registered in Verkhovna Rada, and together with the ministry, that we told about this recently, and this draft law will give us possibility to work on for all us colleagues, to all people who are present here, and the main thing, the European partners. I would like to be grateful to everyone who get involved for the program Ukraine. This program is a very cool program. This will give possibility to increase the economy of our state and make some potential for the housing fund, and will give the possibility to develop, but we need again correct initiative, legislation, initiatives. It's better 7 times thinking than one time to make a decision. So everything that we had worked with, I think that all Ukraine, all states watching us, our military person watching us, they want to come after the victory and get the housings, and we should organize everything. I say thank you to all the participants. Get involved involved to us, and we will get victory together. Thank you. Mr. Andrei, thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Alexander Sachenko, Deputy of Ukraine, your vision of the problems and ways of solving the problem. Good afternoon, Sluga Народу. I take care about young policy of Ukraine. I take care about young policy in Ukraine. And before full invasion, the question of the access to the house, and it's a top 2, top 3, and now, as far as I understand, it's the essential question. And for us as a state, it's very important to renew the approach to the housing policy because 2 million of young people, they left Ukraine. And I think that the decision of the housing problem is also motivation why to come back, where will I live. It's a question of defense. When you have your own apartment, you feel yourself defended, and we understand that today we have a big process for entering Ukraine with a final line. Many chapters, but in such understanding, it's very important for us. The moment when we come into join European Union, we should answer the question how we will keep young people in Ukraine, and the housing in Ukraine will motivate people stay in Ukraine and build a future here. And that is why the aspect that legislation will be changed. They will focus on those instruments which are focused on young people. There are some instruments which are worked out for young people, the law through a credit instrument. In our state, we don't have such stories as for social housing and accessible housing. When you, from 18 until 25 years old, you don't have credit passed, and a bank will not eager to give a credit to you. The question of accessible question when you rent apartment for a lower price. I know that we have some in framework of such existing legislation, such instrument is impossible. I believe that the legislation that we will change will give possibilities. And finalizing, I would like to address the representative of international organizations, donors, and partners. I would like you to pay attention to such instruments like accessible instrument, because credit housing is starting to work, and the AQW through the state housing will help for IDPs as they work such what we should build up from the zero, this infrastructure, such social and accessible housing for our young people who don't have enough financing can understand that, yes, when I come from a small city to bigger city to for studying, I will be able to afford myself to rent housing. And if we will not have such possibility, it will not be easy to keep these young people. We can win the war. No one hesitates in this. But to keep the state, we need to have young people to keep life of the state inside, and we need. It's a key story that we should provide, because young people should see the future in Ukraine. Thank you, Mr. Alexander, and I think to me, we will not stay alone. And the assurance is the quantity of such international partners who help us and persuade us in this. And maybe now we will hear the question to you from our audience, like advice or like recommendation to you. I ask the microphone. I ask the microphone to you, to this part of this audience. Please, we have 2 questions in this corner. Jagosh, and for you, no? Just a moment. No, Natalia Petrenko from Lugansk. I would like to say that concerning the funding decision, when my colleague has told about the code of housing, as I think that was to me, I was starting work as a secretary in village council. I was very worried about such a report. What do we have as a property, a square meters, that we didn't have them, and we didn't have put them off of the balance. So we had to give report for some kind of houses. Okay, but now we have such a problem that like taking on upon the balance, admitting as the property without owner. There are a lot of property which calls for a lot of procedures. We need 1 year with the courts, but the building ruins, and a lot of my colleagues don't deal with this. They said, let it be demolished completely and we will remove it completely, but it also can be resourced to this and for you as a parliamentary, we have we have offer to simplify the procedure. That means the schools and education institution which stop the activity to change the needs for them. We mean to the housing fund. It's very hard procedure, very difficult procedure. The housing building is not used for use. It can be used for both for business and for housing. Thank you, Mr. Paulo. You see, concerning the property without owner, we will take this question, how can we simplify, but it's a requirement of a civil code, a general requirement in the sense that we live under emergency circumstances, and it will be possible to, maybe we will look through this question. If you have a concrete offer, please give us how to simplify it. Concerning the educational institution, about such inventory draft law, we also put the if the property is not used during 12 months, this property for educational purpose, it can be given to for humanitarian communal enterprises for IDPs, because it's very, very important question. And dear colleagues, I would like to mention about such important information. I must give such information because now we unfortunately we don't realize the question concerning giving the credits with discounts for IDPs. We have a ESL program, and 129 IDPs from 5 million has received the credits, but they are not for the IDPs. It's practical. This not for support of such person who has lost the housing, because it's a high first contribution. But we have Держмолоджит law. It's a program for IDPs. They have very good condition. They have 6% of first contribution, and up to 30 years is a condition. This question, I would like everyone to think about this in such a way, when the family is ready, when people are ready to take the house. And first of all, it's this load from this load will come out from the state, and first of all, this family will work. We have a deficiency 4 million place of jobs. We don't have in the International Organization of Labor. We will have the 8 million deficiency of people who for renovation of Ukraine. So we need international partners, banks, to get involved to this program, because it's in effect will solve the questions of the credit, discount credit, and state will not think how to give this housing without payment, and people will work for the economy. They will develop economy. It's possible that we have 1,000 1,200 credits are given for 5 million. It seems for me, and both humanitarian aid and such questions can be raised. And I always emphasize on this about this on all international platform. Two words about the housing in the communities. There are clear provision of ministry, and I especially took part in this. And if you need some concrete explanation for us after our meeting, I will represent it very briefly. And very briefly, the procedure is made, is ready. Thank you, Mr. Alexei. Thank you. Actually, I did not understand. Head of the village, you have property without owner, take it off balance. But if multi-storied building where people live, they have this building has owner. Don't question, but you understand that in civilized way, when old owner will give a house. Due to the act, with the land plot, with a technical passport, it will transmit to the new efficient owner, shake hand, and they understand what he operates with. We don't have this. We didn't have it. It didn't happen. Understand? I'm talking about such a big blast which have multi-story house. Okay. Don't have question. We understand. One more questions, okay. Novovolynsk Lord Mayor, it's Volyn. We are Coil region, and in principle, we have experience. We built a building for money of European Union, and we have several variants for operating of housing, and we have some problem connected with inefficient operation by the state as it is, and we have 3 purchasing from municipalities that we have sold. Business has purchased it to make it was extra to make some house hostel for their own personnel. And for me, I understand that such a process has been started long time ago, and business think it on its own, and we started to communicate with our coal enterprise with the arrest of restructurization board for mining closing, and the same as we have in Novovolynsk, we have a lot of property which is in burden of tax, and we call the tax institution. Why didn't you purchase them? We could buy, business could buy it, and it would be easy for everyone. And one property for 10 years and another for 6 years. I didn't find the response for them. There are a lot of different level, and here we understand it, why they did not sell. We think how they make facilitate this process. They have 2 processes. They can sell to create. They don't sell because they have some profit, or they don't have documents, because the building is not finalized. It is 30 years old, and they start to build something, then some acts. They don't have such acts. They didn't register it, and it's a question of a complex. And we would like you to pay attention for this. And it's also the resource. And tomorrow we will make the decision and then the auction. And in 3 or 4 months the process will be started. Thank you for your advice. Maybe you would like to have some thought. Our international expert, Julie Watson, has a question.
Microphone, please.
Thank you. It's Julie Lawson again. And I'd like to follow up, if I could. There were 2 contributions. Actually, there were many contributions that were very interesting for the future housing strategy for Ukraine. There was mention made of an effective national housing agency to take leadership of this area. There was mention of the need for choices for young people coming to cities to work or study, flexibly to move around, some kind of genuine stepping stone to leave parental home or to return to the city of choice. There was mention of the use of vacant dwellings, properties, also very important. But we've been advocating since April 22 for inclusion in the recovery efforts of an agency to take care. One of the most experienced ones in Europe is ARA, the Housing Finance and Development Corporation in Finland, which was established right after the war to accommodate 400,000 displaced people. They built, subsidised 1 million homes over the 70 years. They still exist. And what they do in particular is focus on the next generation. How do they do that? By revolving the funding, by ensuring the loan repayments are returned, by also revolving the choices for young people, giving them options, different types of options. So I would like to hear just any comments on your vision for what such an agency should do to be sustainable for future generations. Thank you.
Дякую.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Alexander. I will start from the spot. I not disagree that we should need some big agency. Maybe yes. I believe that decentralization and cities are interested that people should live there and work there. And correspondingly, this draft law will give possibility to create, as far as I understand, the management of such social and accessible housing. So the example of the agency would be very valuable for us. If you are able to communicate, maybe it will be first reading, and between first reading and second reading, they will give some insights for us. What should we take into account to the experience? That is why, sure, it will be valuable experience, and I think we should combine both as a state instruments and state level. In my personal opinion, maybe my colleague will disagree with me, but on state level, it's much more easier to build up instrument, but for social is on the level of municipalities or small cities, because they're interested in integration of some groups that need to have some social housing or accessible. So
and the experience will be really beneficial for us to make the better law. Thank you.
Я дякую Джулі Лоу.
I thank you for Julie Lawson for the question and for the participation in our forum that I have told about this. And now, after the finalization of this panel, we will give the report for you and for Natalia Kozlovskaya in Ukrainian. But in effect, it's very hard to tell about the creation of a new state institution which will have cost from state budget. I understand that this question is very important, the question for state strategy, and for Ukraine, it's a top priority because we need to place 4 million of people. I don't know if we are able to create such agency during the war, but our commission takes this question into account, and we supported the idea to create the Institute of the Housing, in which on the first stage will be financing for others here for refugee, and of course this institute will be helping many things, and to fill such a state policy with qualitative expertise, international experience, and this idea I think it should be realized and maximum support. And concerning unfortunately our commission also initiated the inventarization of social housing. We will talk a lot about this in next panel, but the results are very sad. It cannot be compared not for Finland or Austria that we talk about this. It's up to 1,000 objects. It's some 3,000 people live there, but for population it's 40 million. It's about nothing. And this work has been started, and we supported the renovation of housing legislation about social housing, because we have such too old legislation now. It's corresponds to none of the requirement. I will work as the executive power, and I know how it works. Everything was bad before we came, and then it's much more worse. And now that's impossible to create something. I will not persuade in this. Moreover, we don't talk about some additional things at the basis of that we have in ministry already, but separate out for special support of such direction, because it's a very slight moment. If the housing code and no legislation by the Koretsky Institute, unfortunately, has its own sad story, and I am pretty sure that the development of the legislation and sub laws, and there are plenty of problems. Please come to any house, look to the complicated condition we are not solved between neighbors, OSBB, without SBB, on cooperative housing, and as minimum the agency, it would separate out from the political scenes, because ministers, politicians, it's a political position. Moreover, I support one more institution. It's dual housing inspection. I will explain that in many instances there is, when you have massive of the object, technogenic, with elevator, with technical problems, construction problems, problem of exploitation, and problem of internal living of million people, you must have some institution which could take care, and some power which can power of force. I don't know none of the state which would be the rules for living in multi-story. It's very rigid in any state. Ukraine, don't let Ukraine believe. I am a person who has created the inspection. I understand what does it mean, and it must be state policy on the basis. It can be, it might be state support or through the fund, credit, institution investment program, donor, but it must be the force which will make this owner to be efficient and to be responsible for the technical conditions. And concerning the social with is a person and will not come to the property. Control for the quality and the living condition is one of the aspects for this. Thank you for the discussion. We should have a break because we have to digest everything. Let's make a break for 1 hour, and we will get involved to our next episode of our communication. Thank you for the discussion and for the panel. Thank you. In 1 hour in this audience. Thank you.
вчасно зібралися, і ми розпочинаємо наш наступний етап сьогоднішнього урочистого заходу. Я для вітальної промови цієї частини нашої зустрічі хотів би запросити до свого презентаційного слова пана Кшиштофа Герульського, експерт-дідженір від Європейської комісії. Прошу вітати.
Так, добрий день всім, хто з нами в залі або на зустрічі онлайн на зв'язку. Постараюсь на українській мові, для мене то буде нелегко, але може зручно для тих, хто з нами. Так, після обіду нелегко розбудити.
To wake up people after lunch, I have some remark, very important remark. Not everything which is important for the development of the social housing, but I would like to show the connection. Everyone knows about Ukrainian plan as a main instrument, the first instrument now in European Union of the support of Ukraine. There are priorities and for the social housing and to perform the conditionalities of those Ukrainian plan. We need to provide several reforms. One about it was we told about this general law about housing, and it's very important. It's a framework, and it will be the single law, special law, some practical law, which we need for the social housing. So we will help. We will help from the part of European Union. We have agreement with the European Investment Bank, with a part of this bank, Jaspers, and they will help for those reformations, the development of the legislation aspect element, and other instruments. And we know that the legislation is needed, but it's not enough. The legislation is important, but not only the legislation, not the legislation only. And the things that I would like to pay attention to, the topic of our event, we have inclusivity, and in principle, it's not mentioned directly in legislation, but it appears in different part. It appears in different part, both in social policy and also in other policies, also energy safety and energy. It's such element. We have such colleagues, people from European. It's an important initiative in European Union, and to help to reach such quality of a new development. And the things that we are talking about, we talk about it constantly with the government of Ukraine for several years. And so to build better again, to construct in good quality. And what things are interesting that everything, all of the projects, social housing I have seen in Europe. I trace them. They are, first of all, they work inclusivity for inclusive part for those who need help, need support, to integrate the society. To integrate the society, it will be very difficult for the development of the economy, both social and economic development of Ukraine. And integration of the society. You should think of both project and laws and quality. Quality. What things I have seen in Europe, for one, as in Europe, I will see how it will be in Ukrainian language as far as I understand. And there is no the definition in Ukrainian legislation. Housing is close to zero use. Yes. So it means we need to include this definition in Ukraine to help for those people who has investment to reach such a level. The colleagues from International Investment Bank can comment how they can make the help for the investment in the social housing. It must be on top quality. Why? Because as far as you know, for investment, it can be mobilized. Such money can be mobilized. It can be a little bit easier, but for servicing, it's very hard, very complicated. It's not easy, and we need to do the new house to make them top quality and high energy keeping, energy saving. Sorry. It's the first thing. And the second thing, if European integration, there is no such kind of directive concerning the social house and a special directive, but there is, as I already told, it's an element of different parts on European legislation of European Union. I told the laws is one thing, and in my opinion, it's also important to develop Ukraine, to make it the state of European Union. Not only difficult to develop the legislation, adopt the legislation by Verkhovna Rada. It's not enough. What should we do? What should we do for Ukraine as a European integration? Not only unofficially, we would say we will try this, but also just there is a chance. To do this like that. Why? I have told this, and from the beginning of the invasion, I started to work on the topic of social housing, and I had the experience of different state of the world. The thing that I get to know very quickly that the summit was very very successful in European Union. Actually, in European Union, we don't say that everything is the best. Actually, we don't say so, but here we have some moment we can say so. Social housing is good. In its development in European Union. And we can share this experience, in my opinion. It will work. It will work in Ukraine. We have such a chance, and I will come back to Ukrainian plan, to Ukrainian facility. We have some nice condition, interesting condition. Minimum 20% must come to the green investment. And social housing, as I have already told, which is built in Europe, now it's on energy saving. It's the best. So, if we will talk about social housing, it will perform this conditionality. There are another conditions concerning budget help. Concerning we have minimum 20% should be performed by local authorities, and we say that the experience of the Europe, where the municipalities take a task upon themselves, the development of social housing. So, in my opinion, if we will move on in such direction, we will perform all of the important tasks for the conditionalities and such possibilities. We have the natural possibility in Ukraine. Thank you.
It's so important for us that it's very important for us not only to discuss the law, but also the national strategy, because that is an important component and very important social component. And I had a pleasure to talk to the experts, to the specialists, and to hear interesting thoughts on where and how it will be more efficient to organize a more sustainable housing policy. So the way how we can approach, how we can get the high quality and to make everything to work out and to make it cost efficient. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Krzysztof. Thank you for your experience. Thank you for your support, and thank you for supporting Ukraine, and not only by ideas and money, but also with the language you choose. Thank you very much for your support. Let me pass the floor to our next participant. That is a very honorable speech from our honorable guest. That is Miss Julie Lawson, the expert of Startup Project. She has this very important speech that is a presentation. And if you need not only video, but also if you want to feel this presentation, we have the presentation printed. If you need it, please, our assistants will be glad to provide you with this copy.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's a great honor to be here in Ukraine and to meet many people who have been working very, very hard over many, many years, even decades, who live here, who have to cope with what's changing, who care about this country and its housing future, and that they want to make a difference, and they are here today because they want to be part of that. So I'm going to sort of try to move from words to talking about action which always makes people feel a bit more energetic. And because, of course, there's been a lot of talk, and we need to get on and do the job. So on behind me here, you can see a slide which has two images there. One is Housing 2030, which of course everybody's heard about, is who's in housing, which is the UNECE, UN Habitat and Housing Europe's joint report, which involved 2 years of effort and over 1,200 participants, and includes all the best practices across 56 countries in Europe. I'd like to thank very much UN Habitat, Housing Europe and UNECE, which is actually now, we have Serhiy Komnyatny working there for Ukraine, which is absolutely fabulous. So the other report that you can see is the Ukraine plan, which is basically Ukraine supported by the EU facility. This is a stepping stone further along from the original first Lugano plan, if you remember, which many of you actually in the room were working on that Lugano plan as well. And the spirit of those are also in Chapter 7 on housing, and also the energy efficiency elements of that Ukraine plan. The Ukraine plan is really, really helpful as a further backstop to help us move forward, to inspire us and to give us some good milestones, to some pointers, in particular to build institutions that will deliver and make a difference. So beyond the laws, the institutions which will stay and actually deliver. So it's been a very long conversation happening between Europe and Ukraine. It's been going on through the UNECE for many, many years, but it's also continued, it's accelerated even since 2022. It began with a workshop then on safe housing in September 22. That conversation, of course, was very much promoting what works well and looking at best practices and trying to get inspired and see what's relevant. We've got to move forward now, take what's relevant, address the challenges that we know, and now it's the creative application. So it's about building that better system. So I'm not going to sit up here and spout off words about the best. I'm going to talk about, let's make the most of learning from that and understand where Ukraine is and wants to be. The first thing that we need to come to grips with is the enormous scale of the challenge that is at hand. This is a challenge which is well beyond individual projects, unfortunately, even small programs. It needs a really major effort from behalf of all the key stakeholders, the public policy makers, the private sector, NGOs, civil society, the creative urban professionals and architects, the builders, the regulators, the financiers. It needs everybody to get on board to unify towards increasing access to affordable and adequate housing. And that's why I'd say it's about the scale we need to get behind to address a AAA recovery. And by AAA, I'm not talking about financing instruments, I'm talking about access to adequate affordable housing, AAA. Okay, so access is about inclusion. Affordable, can we pay for it? Does it reach everybody with a small wallet as well? And adequate, because of course the right to adequate housing is what defines in international human rights law what we should be following. I mentioned Housing 2030. Well, that's the sort of book on tools, but of course you've got to know how to use those tools and adapt them to the situation that you're in. So we started talking about that, and you'll see hands up. I think there's quite a few people who were there in this room, and you can recognise some of them who've been. But this is an event which was held in The Hague, called Rebuilding a Place to Call Home. And a report out of that, which was a very, very considered and thoughtful report, which was pulled together by some very, very competent and critically interested young housing researchers from New Housing Policy, from SADOS, and I think they're also still here today, who helped us put the program together to pull together the ideas in there. And of course, we had many people from Ukraine there. The conversation continued in Vienna, where the focus was on a model there that was inspiring and interesting. And with the IOM, who is also here today, and the EIB, who was brave enough to back putting up with bringing a whole lot of people together with the IOM to Vienna on the train. We had a very, very intensive fieldwork and a few days together, which was great. And of course, that's been continuing, you know, in research communities, in Brussels, in Lviv, in Warsaw, in the library, and out in the street, and with parliamentarians in Zakarpattia, organised together in May 15, that wonderful report that was circulated to get today. So what do we learn? Well, we learned that beyond the current housing system that Ukraine has, it desperately needs a good answer on the rental side, because so many displaced people are in the rental market now, 65%, and that rental system isn't designed to accommodate them with a quality, secure and affordable existence. So good rental housing is integral to their needs, but beyond that, it's also integral to the economy, for a flexible workforce, to enable people to move around, to choose where they want to live, and if they want to live near grandma at one point and near the study at another. We need good options for Ukrainians to thrive, and a good stepping stone or an oasis or a refuge for them to choose to be in. Not everybody wants a mortgage or can afford a mortgage, so we need a good alternative, especially for all those Ukrainians in need. So we also learned that some models of social rental housing are broader than others. You've got some which we would call an ambulance service, which, if you like, deal with the most difficult, the hardest core needs. And you've got those systems which are more tools of a city for its economic and social development. So one type, given the breadth of need, given the breadth of and diversity of the IDP population, we need a broader-based model which encompasses a range of households and doesn't concentrate poverty, but brings people into communities to flourish. So broad-based beneficiaries. And that's the kind of model you see growing and resilient in countries where social housing is doing well. So it's doing well in Finland, it's doing well in Denmark, it's doing well in Germany, it's coming in a revival there, it's doing well in France, it's doing well in Austria, and that's why we went there to have a look. But also what we learned is that it's very important that those type of providers of housing for a range of types have to be also responsible. They're responsible often for providing a housing service, but also responsible for sometimes receiving benefits, receiving perhaps grants or loans or interest rate subsidies, perhaps preferable access to land. So you need some kind of responsible provider. You need that provider to be well regulated, well governed, accountable for the funding and the benefits that it receives. And that needs to be all well organised. In the well organised systems where that accountability is through and through the ethos of the organisation, its legal structure, its reporting, its board, where it is able to function as a really thriving building company that's doing great things, you see that they have this regulatory accountability working well. So we see that in Austria, and we see that in Denmark, we see it in Finland in particular. We can learn from that too. Of course, we know that there's a huge jump that needs to be made for energy efficiency, also use of renewable energy sources, and housing is the vehicle to do all that. It's the medium through which we can improve the quality of our living environment, its comfort, and also address the needs of shifting away from fossil fuels and becoming more resilient and independent, truly independent in an energy sense. So use these programs for transformation as well. See them as a driver of energy efficiency and change. One of the things that people often say about public housing or older forms of municipal housing is that, oh, it's a drain on the budget. But we know that from some models, it's in fact a contributor even to the public budget if it's run on certain principles. You see in Finland, for example, in Denmark also, and in Austria as well, that they run on a cost recovery principle, cost cap rent setting, they build up equity, they build up surpluses, they may even do certain services like shops or small commercial enterprises, for example, managing garages or parking spaces or taking on the management of private rental housing, which needs a responsible landlord as well. So they can do that, and we've got examples of how the build-up of that equity has been useful for them to grow. But most importantly, they need to revolve the public support that they're given. It shouldn't be extracted or taken out of business. It needs to be retained for future generations. So we don't sell at a discount. We don't sell to anybody. We build up and invest in these rental homes, as Xiao was saying today, that it's very important to build up that stock, and after a time it will repay you and repay future generations. So, as you know, it's all in plan. And just to be a bit more precise, what is it? It's about a national housing strategy, it's about legal reforms and institutional development, addressing needs with the help of the EU facility strategically, and also not just the EU facility, but other donors that get behind Ukraine's plan. We have to make sure that they also don't pull like an octopus, the different legs of Ukraine, but work together to really go somewhere together. So it's a key role, of course, for the Ukrainian Parliament, and we've got parliamentarians here, the Ministry of Infrastructure, which has a really important role in coordination of the housing policy, a housing policy which is often in different parts of government, in finance, in energy, in environment. So you really need a coordinating responsible minister. And also, of course, development banks to get behind municipalities and civil society to keep everybody on track. So what works well? And I mentioned Poland, city-owned non-profit housing companies. There's actually a municipal housing company there, as well as a non-profit housing company. Both of them are owned by the city, actually. And the TBS one has a very strong role in acquisition of land, in development and renovation and management of these homes. So it does the full thing. In greenfield sites, someone's asking about greenfield sites, they do that too, but also difficult brownfield sites, as well as renewal and renovation of historic buildings. They are, in fact, the tool of the city to develop the housing it needs. They also integrate social infrastructure, little libraries and all kinds of things into those housing development spaces. I'm going to move on a bit faster though. You can see some pictures, I've got many, many more. And this is also something, by the way, that the EIB has been investing in. So it's invested in very attractive, good quality homes, which are broad-based, but also leave no one behind. Also, Finland, which is probably one of the most, the jewel in the crown, is the Helsinki's municipal housing company. I was there only on Thursday, having a very detailed presentation from their city planners, developers, program managers, where they are very, very proficient in delivering 7,000 dwellings a year. Okay, so 7,000 dwellings a year. Not just social rental, but also stepping stones to ownership and other forms of seniors housing and housing for young people. But Finland makes sure that in the urban plan, there is a plan for everybody. There's a plan for the young, for the old, for people with a small budget, more budget, but that they're not forced to live in the worst housing in the furthest areas of the city. They make sure that doesn't happen. It's about the mix. It's about a healthy mix, and it's about inclusion. So that's what Helsinki offers, and I think it's really inspiring for Ukraine. Probably one of the world's most famous examples, of course, is Vienna, which is where we all went to. And there you see not just one municipal housing company, but actually in the city there are almost, I think, 30 of these limited profit housing associations. Some of them are owned by the city. In this case, this one here, Gesaba, is owned by the city. So what it does is it uses the land available from the city plan, and it provides cost rental housing at the very highest spatial and energy efficiency standards. It revolves the surpluses that it generates towards not only maintenance and renovation, but continuing to grow. And there are very strict rules about that, so that that money is in fact invested in improvements, new kitchen and bathroom every 15 years, the payoff, after the payoff, then those funds are centralised for growth and so on. So you can imagine it's an engine which just keeps producing, just keeps rolling on. And that's the kind of engine, that's the kind of motor that we really need in Ukraine, fast. So there are people thinking about that and thinking very, very hard. And we've got two of them in the room here from Evo, who are working with the city of Kyiv, who are really thinking hard, and Pavlo Fedorev, who's helping them as well, and helping me too. And so the interaction between the city, between the mayor, Terekov, and his team within the administration, and with partnership with other cities in Germany, actually, are really starting to move forward. And we're presented at the Ukraine Recovery Conference in June. But also, we can't forget the efforts that's being made by the IOM, which has struggled also in the east of the country to establish municipal housing concepts there with mayors, and is working now in the west of the country with at least 12 mayors in 5 oblasts, and is trying, and could work with more, and I'm sure there are many mayors in this room now who think, wow, that's interesting, I'd like to see how that could work as communal enterprise. And there are also those that are doing it already. We hear about Lviv, which is also starting a communal enterprise and is getting that off the ground. So it's more than words, it's action, and you see what's happening now in Ukraine and needs to happen together and be supported. There are some good ideas out there that are still just good ideas and are working towards their application. In Mykolaiv, we have the Housing for All concept, which tries to bring some of the spirit of the Danish model to Ukraine, in particular with regards to tenant involvement, tenant management, and tenant say. So if we put all of this together in some kind of national housing strategy, which is to be developed and discussed and consulted on and worked through, there are some ideas that we can draw on, some green shoots that we can take forward. There's no point reinventing the wheel, and we really have to understand the context. We've heard today from Pavlo Frolov about the enormous number of vacant homes. In the short term, there's an enormous need to mobilise those resources to improve conditions in the rental market, to make renting attractive, actually, like it is in Germany or Switzerland and other places, to make it secure. and also to empower consumers, to empower people who are receiving housing services, that they can have a voice, that they can get a standard contract, that they can ask if this contract is unfair, for it to be reviewed, if rent increases are exploitative, for that to be prevented. And there are ways in which that can be organised. It needs to be organised. We hear about the IDP councils, for example. 2,000 of them exist, but there's not one single tenant union in Ukraine. So we really need to have some kind of investment in advocacy, and that should be at a high level, and it should be able to influence policy and regulation and reform. The second pathway or focus, which will take a little bit of time, but we're all working very hard on it, is to establish a clear investment pathway for adequate homes. The coherent reform of social housing. That means that it's a well-functioning, sustainable operating model, which is supported by a clear legislative framework which explains and outlines very clearly the roles and responsibilities, and that it has a governance and framework which enforces the best performance possible. We've talked also today about a housing agency, the importance of a focused effort. This was a proposal, in fact, that was way back in Recovery 101, which is that we're still, really needing a focused effort on housing, a focused leadership team. There's definitely a lot of potential in amongst the staff and dedicated people working on the ministerial working group. There's a basis there, foundation there that can be grown and supported and nurtured, and become the responsible housing recovery effort that it can be. Of course, there's no point having a law and an agency without a flow of investment. So we've done also some research on needs-based capital investment, and I'll show you a little bit about that later. It's in the appendices. We know that there's a need for almost 500,000 homes for those who are unable to find housing in the rental market now. 500,000 households taken from cost tabulations of the IOM's latest durable solutions data. If we extrapolate that to what that would need, it needs actually in the order of about $3 billion a year for 10 years, which sounds like a lot, but it's only 3 times what Australia spends on such things, and that's a country which is half the size and not in war. So it's a reasonable estimate. So let's work towards a really clear pathway of investment. Let's make sure that an investment goes to those who need it, where it's needed, that it's through responsible entities that will use that for future generations. And let's enable municipalities to be strengthened to take a role in planning good communities. Jetson's housing company shows a little bit of what can be done. There's some good pilots on the way which are happening in Ukraine, which give us a lot of promise and a hope, like we've heard also today. But we know that they have tools in their hands already. We just want them to use them. They have tools about land use policy, about zoning. They have tools even given to them during the military time about vacant homes. So they have even tools to help moderate rent increases. If they choose to use them, that can be a very cost-effective way of saving people a lot of money that they waste in rent. So Ukraine needs to define a new operating model. Ukraine will do that, but let's make sure that it's better than best practice, that it's world's best practice. Let's be proud of what we try to achieve, and in the future we can look back and say, look how Ukraine did it. It did it really good. So there's a few pointers for what they'll need to do. They need to not just think about a finance-first approach. They need to think about the way in which they can use financial resources for the best outcomes, long-term outcomes, not those that are here today but gone tomorrow. They need to make sure that the inputs to the costs of that program are as efficient as possible. No expensive financing, no availability payments that are unending, but that minimise these costs, that make use of the land resources and the land use powers that municipalities have, that make efficient use of management. So no expensive finance and legal services, no expensive board payments, no extractive practices, but good, dedicated, non-profit, professional management of these entities. Also, we need a way to ensure that that investment that will be given and will be made into Ukraine is equitable and addresses those needs, the most needed, but it's also trying to aim for communities that are inclusive and have strong shoulders in them, as well as those that need help. Together we are stronger than leaving some behind. So it's very important that in creating these new housing, rental housing, that we were actually thinking about creating stronger communities that help each other and build opportunities rather than concentrate poverty. So we need to share the risks in a whole range of ways. Risks between the central government and the municipal government too. Risks between the tenant and the landlord. Risks between the municipality and the provider. So we need to work out a clear, fair way that ensures good governance and effective use of the resources. So pulling those building blocks together towards a new economically sustainable and socially inclusive model. We have some ideas for where municipalities can take us, where an expanded financial intermediary could take us. An existing player perhaps that could redefine itself, that could grow, that could establish a purposeful role in building back better. It's always good to build on institutions that are doing well and add to them. So think about that. Also with the right mission and ethos, by adding the right people, capabilities, for example. Think about also that leadership that needs to come, but it's a leadership which needs to be in a coordinating role across government, but also with municipalities at its heart. I mentioned ARA, for example, the National Finish, which works really on the demands of municipalities. It serves them. They are its clients. Beneficiaries and providers, again, I say about being broad and inclusive, and most importantly, which doesn't exist now, an operating model which rents cover the amortisation and maintenance costs, and that surpluses and receipts are revolved, which is a similar model which IOM is trying to promote, also EVO in Germany. That those type of organisations receive the benefits of long-term loans and grants or tax benefits, for example, that we nurture the responsible types of providers. And for those tenants who can't afford decent housing because those cost rents are too high, that's where social policy steps in. That's where that rent assistance comes in, but not at the beginning. It comes in when and if needed by that household. In the meantime, we make sure that we're creating a healthy provider as well. So just moving on, the third pillar, if you like, is the quality of the homes and their neighbourhoods. And in there is actually the true core of what Starter is originally all about, which is about energy efficiency and renewable sources. So we talk about integrating those things, mandatory energy efficiency standards through the procurement process, long-term plans to improve the quality, green procurement, all kinds of ways in which state development banks can work with cities and providers, but also to take a serious look at the effectiveness and further evolve the multi-apartment building homeowner association model and accelerate green investment in those to improve that environment, improve those buildings, but perhaps not leave everyone behind. So at the moment, it's really a problem for very impoverished households in those buildings, and we need a better model, or at least an evolution of that model to work well for the future. And of course, to sustain the commitments that we make in terms of the energy performance certificates, labelling, auditing, registration of occupation and release. So when you rent out an apartment, you know if it's energy efficient, if you lease or sell, and so on. So I'm almost finished. You'll be probably glad to know. But I just want to restate the vision is that in the first instance, deal with the broadest problems that you have in the easiest way, which involves making that rental option as good as it can be, and then move forward with investing in responsible landlords to create that green recovery, that green inclusive recovery in those new neighbourhoods. And thirdly, continue to work to evolve and improve existing building stock, which is what we have to deal with. And that might involve some really careful legal engineering and investment for the very long term in those buildings. So in this, we have many resources, many reports you can download to web links. And also we go into research on needs, on the building blocks. This is Finland helping you. This is some of the possible structure of the social housing law, some processes, some examples, the financial intermediaries you have, which you could change, grow, reform, expand. Also some examples you could build on. And the French, of course, who do it all so well. But some ideas on revolving funding, and the Finns who bring it all together. So that's how I'd like to finish, but I thank you for your attention. And I'd like to thank also the many, many people in the room who've contributed to the thinking on this, to parliamentarians who are committed and care about the reforms, to researchers and consultants who are from Ukraine and have dedicated their whole careers this far to reform and to making things better, and to those many people who work in local government who face the problems every day. My hat is off to you, and I wish you very good recovery.
Дякую. Thank you very much, Julie. Дякую щиро.
Thank you very much for such inspiring report, and it has possibility
and to use to implement what was mentioned by those who need it, and you can implement that in Ukrainian context. We are moving to the next stage, and it has a name, the Round Table, and the Round Table discussion. We even tried to recreate the round table, but nevertheless it has the edges. Our discussion will have no edges, but to start this discussion, I would like to invite to our non-round table, I would like to invite Ms. Svetlana Startseva, representative from the Ministry for Communities, Territories and Infrastructure Development of Ukraine, and Mr. Serhiy Komnatny, UNEC regional consultant, and UN for Ukrainian Cities Project in coordination of the Ministerial Working Group for Ministry for Communities, Territories and Infrastructure Development of Ukraine. Your working panel, please, you can invite your participants and for the fruitful discussion. Thank you very much. Greetings once again, and on the behalf of the Ministry of Infrastructure, we are very glad to see this kind of fruitful analysis, important analysis of Ms. Julie, and it inspires us to continue the reforms and to continue implementing reforms. And we appreciate all the work of all our partners, of all our consultants, of the European Union, of the European Commission, of the European Investment Bank, and all the consultants who partake in support of Ukraine and who help us to launch the efficient housing reform, but the main implementers, executors are the local authorities for these reforms who are facing every day where to live, how much to pay, where to live, how to enroll your child to the kindergarten or school, where to walk, where to cross the street, where to breathe the fresh air, where is a safe shelter. And therefore, the main executor of these reform are our mayors, are the heads of our territorial hromadas, and I would like to invite the head of Житомир, Сергій Сухомлин, Ковальська, the head of Коваль, Чайка Микола, Полтава, acting representative Катерина Ямщикова, Коломия, head of Коломия, Станіславський Богдан. Dnipro is represented by the head of the Department of the Utility of Dnipro, City Council, Pfeiffer Sergei. And considering the fact that this town, the cities, and the support of the European Union and the support of the various international partners and consultants is related with the work of the international partners and consultants, we would like to invite Mr. Sergei. Thank you, Ms. Svetlana. Thank you, dear participants. First of all, I would like to use this opportunity to thank the organizers of this event, because you help us to organize and to you raise the questions of the needs and reforming the housing policies. I would like to return to the beginning of the war, when the ministry was working in evacuation mode, and the deputy head of the ministry at that point, that was Ms. Natalia, and she contacted the Economical European Commission to help to form the housing policy. And then we started to implement the project UN for Ukrainian Cities, which is financed by BMZ and GIZ. And one of the components of this project is the support to the Ministry of Infrastructure, reform of the housing policies, and preparation of the new legislation. And during this time, the ministry has established the intersectoral group, which includes the representatives of the other organizations, and we continue working on this legislation. And I would like to say that almost during 15 years of my experience in this sphere, I can see with this kind of strong will for the first time to reform the housing policies and this kind of level of cooperation with international partners. So I hope that our discussion, despite the fact that we're a bit of tired because we had lots of interesting information, but nevertheless our dialogue will be interesting. Not all of the ministry representatives of the working group are here with us, and therefore I would like to invite the representatives of the Norwegian Refugee Council, Ms. Olena Moskalenko. She is the only one from this organization, but she is with us the European Economical Commission, Ms. Natalia Korotchenko. One of the subcomponents of our project UN for Ukrainian Cities is the development of the rental housing for Kharkiv, and we have Evo company, and we have two representatives from this company. And I've seen the representative of the senior representative of the International Organization of Migration. Maybe Conrad or your colleague can join, Miss Anna. We will be also joined not only our international organizations, but also Ukrainian ones. And I can see the right for justice. that is a housing policy. Those of you who want, you can join the ones who want to discuss around this round table. We have the open dialogue. So you have the place, and I can take a chair, or can I continue with you? You can take a place here. Miss Svetlana, you can take a seat here. Is it yours? So, dear colleagues, dear friends, dear partners, the practical aspects of the institutional measure, that is very important, because from the point of view of institutional measures of improvement, the legislation, we've done a huge leap. So what is this policy? Where to live, how much to pay, how to live? And that is a complex problem which Miss Julia has marked, and she has mentioned that this housing has to be energy efficient, to spend less money for energy, to create the better conditions for the construction, to involve investments. I'm not going to list all of them. That are the practical aspects, and therefore we invited the mayors who are geographically located in different parts of Ukraine, and they have different economical conditions. They have different needs, but nevertheless, one of the needs they have, and the need which is common, that is a change of the paradigm of the housing policy. So who needs to resolve the housing problems? 30%, that is a traditional formula in any country. 30% is economically active population, which is migrating, which is seeking for the job and getting employed, and they are not buying the housing. They need to decide on where they can work, and they need to decide where they can live, where they can get all types of services. 30% that are the people who are really in need for social protection, social support, and they lack money to pay, and that is a separate category. And also there is another group of people who are ready to rent or to buy on the market price. And therefore, the task of the current housing policy is to provide the right to choose on how they are resolving their problems. And therefore, we would like to listen to the heads of the cities and towns, and who will tell us how they are making the decisions, what do they lack in the legislation, and what do we need to regulate to get the investments, to construct this housing, for this housing to be long-lasting. And by the way, the housing capital is very worn out, and therefore we have to preserve what we have, and we have to rebuild it, and to consume less energy, and for the people to be able to live in safe and secured place. What are the challenges? We have a big migration, lack of working places, and beside that, we need to build the shelters, we need to build the security systems, we need to improve that, and all of these cost money. Thank you very much for your attention. I'm passing the floor to Zhytomyrska Oblast administration head, because he is running out of time. So please, the floor is yours. Greetings to everyone. I really appreciate for this discussion, because, in fact, Ukraine and Ukrainian cities are facing lots of different challenges. And in Ukraine, we have the war ongoing, and a big number of people in Ukraine are forced to leave the territories and their homes, and they have to leave for other oblasts, for other regions. And Zhytomyr and me personally, we consider these people as opportunity for Zhytomyr, because the development of the city means nothing without people. And now we're implementing a few projects in Ukraine on support of these people. And first of all, the small project that are the people who have the IDP status, that are the people who lost their homes, that are the people from Zhytomyrska Gромada. And for 2 years, we have the program in the framework of which we are compensating fully the rent of housing. So every month they get the money, which is compensating reimbursement of e-housing in Zhytomyr city. And that is the support we are providing them for before we will implement the other project. The first project, the first program, that is with the Red Cross. At some point, we just refused from the container, so to say, container type houses, because we understood that modular houses, because we understood that we have to provide people with better conditions. And together with Italian Red Cross in Zhytomyr, we have already constructed 40 houses that are quite small buildings, around 50 square meters, and that are the people which are connected to the central water supply, and all of them, they have the solar panels, and we are talking about energy efficiency. And these houses have all accommodations, and they are absolutely affordable, accessible. And we are building 16 more, and the total number will be 56 houses. And we will construct them till the end of this summer. And the second project, which, and by the way, we have the land where we can continue construction and we can connect sewages. But the second project implemented with the support and with the money, with the funds of the European Commission. Thanks. I would like to thank the European Commission, and we're implementing that in absolutely other area, because we do not want to create ghetto for these people, because we have to mix up the people a bit. Because for me, London was a personal experience when in one of the quite wealthy districts of London, I saw social housing, and I was told that the main thing is that the children, when the children from these houses, they are playing with the children from the wealthy families, from more wealthy families, and they have first communication and raising tolerance. And the second thing is that they can see different opportunities, also the opportunities for themselves, and that is a main principle which we are trying to implement in Zhytomyr. And so far we have the shelter, and we have the construction of the third floor. And when we were developing the project for this housing ourselves, and our task was to make it one of the best houses in Zhytomyr. There are 4-story houses, and the funds of the Euro Commission help us to conduct high-quality works. And for us, a few components were very important. The first one is for the people not to feel themselves strangers in the city next to the houses built with commercial purposes. And the second thing is that we understand that, to be honest, we do not understand when people will, when the cities and the towns will come back under the control of Ukraine. And the Russian Federation is stating that they are constructing the new houses, and we need the houses built in Ukraine to be better than those which the Russian Federation builds in the occupied territories. And that is an opportunity for us to show that Ukraine can give you even more and even better, and that it is an important factor when we are returning the territories. And as for the accessibility, energy efficiency, all of these houses, they are connected to the centralized heating, which was constructed, which is connected to a biofuel station, and it has lower CO2 emissions, and also we have solar panels and many other things, and all of these things helps us to give the opportunities to the people, that helps us to give the people what they have lost. And a few more things I would like to mention about what are the challenges, because we are talking about the housing in general all around Ukraine. We are talking about thermal modernization and about reducing the energy consumption, about renovations. And here we have the request. First of all, the request to the European countries and the organizations which are helping Ukraine to conduct this thermal renovation. So first of all, I would like to work more with the cities and municipalities, because at the moment we have the program which allow us to work with BBEB. And of course, I do understand that is a first stage which we had to do to show the efficiency of these programs, to provide the people with the comfortable housing. On this example of the small pilot, to show how efficient this program can be. But when we are talking about strategic plan, and when we are talking about the perspective of 5-10 years, in this case, for me as a mayor, it is important to understand what kind of boiler or heat power plant should I build in this district, and what will be the consumption of heat, will be the consumption of energy in 5 or 10 years, what kind of pipes should I have here, what is the diameter of these pipes, and how can I heat these houses. So we have to have the understanding in 5 years how much these district will consume in 5 years. And therefore the experience of Germany when they were forcing thermal modernization, when they had absolutely different ownership of the houses, it was very fast and efficient. It helped to go this way very fast. Another thing which is sometimes an obstacle to make the decision on thermal reconstruction are the subsidies. So the monetization of the subsidies is, on the one hand, that is absolutely correct step, because it gives the people the opportunity to save the money on heating. But on the other hand, I do understand that, for example, if we have 30 people or 40 people who live in the house and they get subsidies, and the state covers their utility, or partially covers their utility cost, and they do not have the strive for this modernization. And therefore we have to look for the mechanism which will allow this allow us to make the decisions and to make these thermal modernizations. So generally speaking, that's it from my side. Thank you, Mr. Serhiy. You have a very vivid example of the implementation of the social rent, and the city even find the money to support, to reimburse the rent. And therefore, we are on the right way, because we are implementing these rent payments, reimbursement, but it has to be reimbursed. The law which we already have on the housing fund, it says free of charge. Free of charge means that we need to destroy these houses. That is the destruction of these houses. That is a destruction of the no maintenance, and therefore the support mechanism to pay for the rent is something that will be in the law, which will have in the future on social housing, which will have a wider framework, broader framework, and more opportunities. Also, I would like to thank, and I would like to give the floor to the representatives, to Ms. Alina, the Norwegian Refugee Council. Please tell us about the mechanism and what does your organization do to support territorial communities. Thank you, Mr. Serhiy. First of all, I would like to thank for the organization of this event and initiation of this event, and that is a great opportunity, a great platform. And as for the work of the Norwegian Council, Refugee Council in Ukraine, let me open the presentation the analysis which we recently conducted. So first of all, we have to say that NRC is, in fact, first of all, the international non-governmental organization which is focused on humanitarian responding. But nevertheless, we have the developing functions needed for the efficient implementation of our obligations to provide the assistance, to provide sustainable development and improvement of the quality of the life of the vulnerable categories. And therefore, in our work, we are using more the advocacy, research, study, and empowering. Working in shelter segment in fields since 2014 in Ukraine, NRC has faced the issues with the legislation on housing, which were becoming the obstacle. In some cases, they were the obstacles which we could not overcome, and therefore, considering this fact, in 2023, even from the end of 2022, when the work of the ministry became more active on reforming the housing policies, we joined this work, and as it was mentioned already, the first step was and is the work on the law on the basics of the housing policy, and the second one is the law on the social housing. And here I would like to give you a few numbers on the situation on the market of the affordable and social housing in Ukraine, which is, in our opinion, is horrible. We have conducted the assessment of the policy and the market. And by the way, this assessment, we as the NRC, we have conducted together with the temporary commission in Verkhovna Rada, Mr. Pavlov, which was a speaker today. That today in Ukraine we have the 1,469 territorial gramadas, and all of us know this number. But nevertheless, as of the June 2024, only 11% of territorial communities have the housing fund of the social purposes. In general, in Ukraine, we have 924 units of social housing. And out of them, 825 are good for living. In social housing, we have 2,515 people living in this housing, and half of them is orphans. And of course, it's clear because in our state we had recently so-called efficient subvention of orphans, and therefore the half of the social housing fund is directed for the needs of the orphans. What do these numbers mean? That the current law on the social housing fund, let's be honest, is deadly dead. Why it is so deadly dead? Because in our opinion, that is subjective opinion, their own opinion, because this law does not foresee self-paying model of functioning of market of public housing, and also it does not foresee the stimulus incentives to fulfill the housing. And coming back to the topic of Ramada communities, in our opinion, there are two types of the main incentives for the local authorities. These both types are quite simple. That are the imperative and simple dispositive stimulus. For example, economical stimulus. Garmada can involve stimulus, it can involve donors, it can develop its own economy and increasing the incomes to their budget, but nevertheless it can be done according to their own decision. We can have political incentives. For example, village or town council, he or she has their own ambitions and they are fulfilling their own fund. And also we can have ethical and moral incentives. As for these positive ones, we are defining two main ones. I mean, among the imperative ones, so that are the public incentives or public impact, which in the framework of the war situation can be more and more often seen, and also legislative incentives.
Today we have approximately 13,000 of local authorities as legal entities, and if each institution will make new local policy, separate policy, it can lead to chaos. And that is why, during working out of the new law about the social housing that we have been told today, we see a old experience. We take as a basis imperative dispositive method of stimulating of communities, taking the single legislative frame. Of course, a community can use different instruments, can use different ways of formation of its fund, which in the future can be used for the due to the instrument of housing instruments, and can be construction, reconstruction, and gaining from the legacy property without owner, gaining as property as a present. It can be any mechanism. If it's possible, I would like to make some interactive. I like to make some analogical scenes, and I would like to offer to simplify this situation with the of the fund of housing at the level of territorial community. When someone of you as individual, in under which circumstance you buy an apartment, let's imagine when we can buy apartment. First of all, how the purchasing of the housing is going on. The first, I have some extra money and I want to invest them somewhere. I can open business, but I need to contact this business, make some deposit in bank. I can, for example, buy the apartment. And what do I mean? Today, when I was sitting here, I calculate a little bit approximately if the approximate $100,000 it's a price of apartment in Kyiv, and approximately $500 it's approximate rent payment, so 6% interest annually. When the owner will put money to the bank, he will have 2%. In European institution can be less. Yes, we understand the amortization, so on, but analogically, it's authority of local power must be financially interested to fill its fund, housing fund. The second model. Colleagues, please tell me, raise your hand, who has children older than 18 years old? 2 hands, 3 hands, 5, 6, 7. And now please tell from 7 people who of you already helped the children, or planning to help or want to help your own children with their own buying apartment. Who wants to help? Sorry, I didn't hear this joke because it was the microphone. three heads. Sorry, speaker doesn't use microphone. You want to help your child? Yes, sure. So it's the same quantity, so approximately the same quantity, and the sort of power of has the social responsibility before the citizen, before community, like before the children. Even if the authority don't feel their moral ethic responsibility, so can think about a glass of water in elder years. What kind of dividends you will have on the elder ages? What kind of resource they will be for the community? And in such context, I remembered the investigation by Selchi Defo and Banerjee. Acting economy for the hard times. When it is confirmed, then authors of such investigation has said that the acceptance of displaced people is good for the community. And finalizing my speech, I think that our common task, us as the international stakeholders, government, power, everyone, we must do everything to make communities interested, to make the found content of our legislation to improve the prosperity and renovation. Thank you, Mrs. Irina. Svetlana will represent another speaker. Thank you, Ms. Alina. You emphasize about population and then the investment into the future. So the next floor I will give Novolinsk Lord Mayor Karpus Boris. I communicated with him, and today he told me that for him, every person is investment to the territorial community. So, Mr. Boris, emphasize what kind of problem do you solve, and how do you see the first improvement? What things do you expect from the state, and how you will solve these questions? And good afternoon, everyone, my colleagues. Thank you, organizers, for the invitation. It's a possibility to share the experience. We have this experience, and thank you everyone who's here for such high for such nice words, for high words. It's a couple of words about Novolinsk, 60,000 of inhabitants, community which accepts 15 or 20 percent of 20,000 of IDPs, and now we have 4,000 person and 2,000 is people without registration of the status IDPs. Now we are building the buildings for the money of European Union. We have the project for 3 buildings and cost for 2 buildings, and if the European Investment Bank has extra 2 million, we invite the bank to be a cooperator of our success. And the first thing, so we have one more credit, and we took 0.5, and now we have raised the interest to pay, and we don't want to do. So first, it's the first risk, colleagues. I would like to emphasize, because university has the possibility of crediting. I would like to tell you the information that in our case we took money. Under the guarantee of the government, and for today's year 2022, we had a rate 0.6, and now we have a rate 7 and 5, and when we have a moratorium for our price tariffs, we have a big questions for how it's washing up the money from the budget. And the second thing, when we talk about the equal possibilities, because possibilities of Novolinsk is one possibilities, and index of payment is 0.61 was the year 2022. Now it's 0.8. and we will rise the capacity. But the main thing that I would like to say is that in Novolink city there is a 2,000 of place of employment, vacant places of employment. So we can accept and provide labor for 2,000 families with employment, and we know the approximate salaries. We have Austrian, Polish investments, and correspondingly we need housing for these people, and this for years today. The second question, if you're talking about the problems, so we don't have any. We don't have time for such a long story. We need the decision for yesterday. We have been building this two building, and for the third one, we have a budget expertise. We have experience for core investment. We had unfinalized building for Google Enterprise. We assessed it, and we gave it to the investor who will build finalizing this building and provide the apartment. They make assessment for 3 million, and when they finalize the building and make this exploitation, he will give it to us. And there is a question concerning the legislature, because it's a question about assessment. We tried to build this house in 1990, and that is why we have one more building, and now we have the question of property. A property which was risen up before our legislator. We have a 6 hectare of land plots which are ready today to become the space for the new microregion. We have land plot, communication module, gas supply, and near the school, we can watch different variants and deal with this. The things we have, which is not, we are ready to reconstruct one building and to implement some kind of pilot project on the stage. We can talk about this, and of course the question of shelter. I think not single time it will be a question about the shelter. It will be the factor for the private investor who will reveal their interest. You must be clear up or make some arrangement, for example, some other shelter. So I will sum up the legislation, expertise, and resources. In principle, we are ready and we have everything for this. Thank you, Mr. Boris. Really active activity and efficient activity is provided in your city. You even invite the investor to your city. The next forward I will give to the executive of deputy for Lord Mayor in the center of city. How you cope with the challenges of today? What kind of problem you have and what kind of offer you have? Thank you very much. Thank you for the possibility for very nice circle surrounding and the possibility of qualitative networking. Today we had actively after each panel, and today everyone who is under near the table, we talk to each other, we get familiar with each other, and we walk out the further steps. What can we say about Poltava? Thank you that you said that my city very beautiful. I'm in love with Poltava, and 8 months ago I accepted this position. And I would like to say that 300,000 population, and now we have 50,000 of IDPs, more than 30,000 persons, women and children. We can talk about the gender policy. We can give possibility of work to these women and give the economic active. We understand this is men on the front line, and generally the women who left one on another territory for territory for the sake of the safe of their children, and they are brave enough to stay in our state. So now we have a land plots with communication. We are active in working in donors, and we say thank you to MOVE Ukraine, who recommend us to MOM. They're working towards a problem house, and we're starting now the working on the two houses for internally displaced person, but we don't have fund of social housing. And we want this policy that will be built, in my opinion. Now I have a status as a veteran. When we talk about social service, talk about all population was in the queue, and when we with understanding the transparent policy, we will receive sometimes not very pleasant resonance in the city because our family of veterans are in the queues of people with disability waiting for the housing, and we now apply to the donor to create a new system. We will take into account all international practices. We are ready to be this pilot. We are ready, and we ask for the help in this point. We have more than 3,700 statements, and now we can understand that IDPs also need this. We shouldn't violate those people who are in waiting list. We should be open and frank with our community. Community is the same glass of water that you have told about. They must understand how a city moves on this direction. It's very painful dialogue. Because we don't have some ball systems that we can calculate. It's a big, it's a system of vocal capacity. Who will receive this house? And because we built this house, and we will face with the first challenge, who will be the first to move into these houses? We understand that appreciate such spaces will be more big value when we will have a minimum story with the social rent. As a city, we are ready to guarantee it for some period, also support of the communities of such a house, but inform that first half of a year like this. In a year we work like this, and in a 5 year we come to such mechanism of work due to the social housing. And I support colleagues who have bigger experience, who spoke before me, that everyone wants the same, everyone wants to be the center. In the city lives kindergarten, school, and hospital nearby, but we must understand that it's not enough soil for everyone. Yes, we will cut the soil the way we want. It's important for us not only work out the mechanism of building, but the social infrastructure that is needed on the widening of the territorial communities. That is why, from my point of view, I would like to say thank you for the possibility of places for today's agreement that we have to the effect of today's meeting and such circles that we will have after today. And the main thing is that our territorial community is ready to reveal the flexibility from all parts, and each apartment is a big victory for someone. For those people, it's a special story of life. So that is why we're ready to cooperate with developer for this program to be with taking account with the possibility of cooperation with the business, with our local constructor. You would like to create this correct synergy which will give possibility to come through such period until we will come to a sustainable way. We are ready for cooperation. We are ready to pilot. We are ready to experiment, to make possible for each person. I will agree with internally displaced person. It's a great great investment to our community because this person will contribute their contribution to the community. We appreciate them and we want them to stay in the community.
To work on the future law on the social housing, considering your huge contribution. Thank you once again. And the offers on the incentives of for the developers for social housing, and we would like to hear from you, Mr. Pavlo. We invite you to our round table, please. No. Please lead our political line. So it is volunteering. So the round table is, we have only volunteers here. You're not forced to do that. And we will move according to the plan we have. Mr. Pavlo.
Пані Світлана хотіла, щоб ви тут були в епіцентрі.
Mr. Svetlana wanted you to be in the very center of these processes. We are absolutely confident in your support. But it's so great when we are sitting at one table. And as I would have mentioned when I was introducing our participants, one of the subcomponents of our program is a pilot project of housing, social housing in Kharkiv, Ivo, implemented by company Ivo. And maybe one of you can comment on what kind of institution do we like to make all the projects work, and what are the main challenges you can see so far. So let me start. So, dear colleague, thank you very much for the floor. I mean, I'm representing Ivo NGO. We are working on the municipal social housing in Kharkiv, and we are the ones who are developing the way on how to implement the project on the social housing fund, which had the former name social housing. And during this conference from different stakeholders, political, the ministries, we've heard different elements of the system which are needed to launch the full-scale social housing. If all of them were implemented, if all of them were there, we would have had the conditions to have all of them in place. And I'm not going to repeat all of these. Of course, we agree with the colleagues that we need different tools for the complex reform of the sector, for different situations, for different forms of ownership. But in this framework, we are focused on the two of the municipal housing, and that is one of the major ones for the social housing. And this model is well adapted for the Ukrainian context, because in all Hromadas we have lots of utility municipal companies. It is a well-known form, and many of them are efficient. And one of the key types of these operators of the housing, which we're talking about, are the utility companies. And this model is not, in fact, somehow strange for Ukraine, but there are some companies who have the mandate and whose authorities we have to broaden to be able to maintain, to own social housing. And Sergei has asked about the institutions. So in our opinion, the part of the chain we lack is the institute of the operator, which will be implemented with the new legislation, and the need for the understanding that these operators also have something to add to this discussion, and they need to get the voice to protect their interests, to be economically sustainable, first of all, and later social sustainable, and then environmental sustainable. And we are glad that we have it in our Ukrainian legislation. And we are ready to provide the consultations when developing different project strategies of the municipal strategies, and implement the best projects. And that is another sphere direction of work we have to think about. So now we're inviting Armadas to join the development of the housing strategy, and that is a player we have to engage. Yes, they belong to Armada communities, but nevertheless they have to be independent institutions. And in Ukraine, we already have the precedents in the framework of the pilots in Lviv, and not only in Lviv, when these kind of entities were established, which are meeting all the demands to get the European grants and funding to develop, construct this kind of housing. So we have to engage them and we have to listen to them and what do they as operators need. And also we emphasize that this model it has lots of advantages, and we try to show these advantages. And that is an institution which, in fact, has the positive impact on the housing market. And Armadas, they have to be interested in developing strong entities on providing social, not only social housing. And we have some advices on and best practices how to do that, and we are not going to dive deep into this, but I hope that we will continue this work. And therefore, considering this discussion, we support of creation of different tools which were mentioned today. And today we are talking about operators most of all, because they are not invited to this discussion. That is a weak chain which we have to enhance. And we also invite all to reflect, to think on this, and to enhance this player in your Armada communities. And we are ready to support this process. Thank you. Thank you, Knuta, and Mr. Ivo, who is for more than 10 years works for Ukraine and for the development of the housing policy in Ukraine and the development of the process. And I'm sure, I'm confident that it can be scaled up to the other cities. Dear colleagues, I would like to pace the floor, but I have a big request for everyone. Everyone wants to have a floor, so let's let it make not more than 5 minutes. So I wanted to emphasize that we are quite limited in time. So I'm passing the floor to Mr. Chaika Leonid. Please tell us about your town and about your challenges. Greetings, dear colleagues. Thank you very much, first of all, for the invitation and for this organizing this platform. And I would like to join my colleagues and to thank our international partners with whose help we were able to implement the projects on the reconstruction of abandoned housing fund reconstructed for the IDPs. And now we are on the second stage, that is the construction of the new 70 apartment block house, and that will be the start for the new micro district. And because we are connected all the supplies, and we have 30 hectares of land where we are planning to construct the whole districts. And I would like to join my colleague from Poltava, who said very good things about the fact that we need fair rules of distribution of housing. And I would like to share my experience on how we were doing that in the framework of the project, where our partners were the investment platform of the European neighborhood and NAFCO. That is a project 1,860,000 which allowed us to reconstruct 2 abandoned houses in the center of the city as the energy efficient housing. And the IDPs who inhabited this house, they got not just apartments, they got in fact second home where they have everything, starting from they have not just the repair there, they have all the home devices there. And when we were giving them the agreements, I've seen the faces of these people, and I understood that the people who during the war lost literally everything, they got the second birthday. And you should have seen these faces. That were more than 70 people who got modern, energy efficient homes because they have solar storages and the house is connected to the central heating system, and our boilers are diversified and they can work in 3 modes. They can work with gas, with biomethane, and we have cogeneration. We have different types, versatile types of energy supply. And till the next season, we are also prepared for the next season, and we have cycled the boilers. And in this case, if one of them will be off, then the other boiler will take care of the sector. But we actually had to dig half of the city for these purposes. But that is the way how we resolve this problem. That is a vision of our director. And even though it is very pricey, I agree with him. So once again, I would like to express my gratitude to our international European partners for this attention, for this financing, for the fact that you pay attention not only at big cities where the housing is destroyed, but also you pay attention to the towns, because Kovel is a big logistical knot, which during the first day of the full-scale war, we understood what does it mean when on our railway station we started to receive different trains from different regions of Ukraine, and thousands of people were creating a flow out of these trains, and we understood that that is a new challenge, and we do not have the place for the collective centers for these people. So these housing programs are very important, and with our great pleasure we will participate in these projects. And thank you for your trust, and I hope that are not the last projects we are implementing together with our European partner. Thank you. Igor, Mr. Igor, you managed, you fed these people, you hosted these people. Thank you. I would like to say that also Ukrainian organization partake actively, and they contribute to the Ukrainian legislation. And one of these is SADA's NGO. And I would like to pass the floor to Anastasia Bobrova. She has always something interesting to say. Thank you, Sergei. Thank you for the invitation. It's such a pleasure to be with you today. My name is Anastasia Bobrova. I'm representing the analytical center think tank SADA. So we are the organization which is working with analysis of the policies, mainly in social protection and housing, and today I'm representing the civil society, and I would like to emphasize that we as civil society, we support the reform of housing policy, we support its movement towards the development of social, adequate, dignified housing, the housing which will be managed by the municipal companies. And we know that the objective of any kind of housing policy is the respond to different needs for housing. And unfortunately, in Ukraine, in 2014, this housing system was mainly disoriented, and it was mainly supporting different tools for the people to be able to buy the housing. But in 2014, and after the beginning of the full-scale war in 2024, we saw that this kind of system is not able to respond the need for housing and the crisis situations, and therefore we decided that the housing policy needs to be reformed. And today I would like to say that social housing can become this kind of tool which will balance housing system in Ukraine. And also today I would like to talk a bit about rent in Ukraine, because that is one of the arguments for the housing, because we know that it's kind of a stigmatized thing that is the temporary solution, and these kind of assumption is because the sector of the private rent is not protected that much, and people do not feel comfortable in the rented housing. And as we have seen since the beginning of the full-scale war, we saw that that this housing becomes less affordable. And of course, we have just fragmented data, but according to the aggregator, job aggregating websites, we can see that there is a huge difference between the offers and demand. So in some cases, households have to spend more than 70% of their income, and this situation is unacceptable, as also taking account that the number of the people renting the housing has just increased since the beginning of the full-scale war. And as we have heard, most of the IDPs, they are looking for the rent offers in the private sector, and they feel not protected because of the increasing rental price. And in this case, we can become the tool to prevent the rental price increasement, and it will help the people to be able to think of their future. And the rent sector has to be the part of the housing reform. And in this case, we can consider the international experience with Miss Julie mentioned today, that we have to consider the possibility of regulating the sector. We have to consider the possibility of developing the standard agreements which will provide people with stability. And besides that, we have to consider that we have to raise awareness on the rights of tenants, and therefore we have prepared the guideline about the rights of both sides. And speaking and moving toward the end of this discussion, I would like to mention that the importance of these rental prices has to be also taken into account in the reform of the social housing. And overall, as civil society, we can be the ally in these reforms. We are ready for the productive cooperation, not for the formal cooperation, but the formal partnership. We can collect data, we can study, we can research. We are ready to work with the towns and cities to support the development of this leadership on the sites, because we understand that the local level is a level where the housing policy will become true, and therefore we really appreciate this dialogue. And during a long time, this strict optimism of the housing policy in Ukraine was saying that everyone will find acceptable solution on the market. Now we can see that it's not like that, and we have to respond the price challenges, and the social housing, the dignified housing can become the tool which will allow to balance our housing policy, and which will allow millions of people have the opportunity to look in the future and to plan their life. Thank you.
Not only the housing policy, but for the needs of society and to the needs of communities. And that's what I give the floor to columnist Bogdan Mikhailovich, tell you about your beautiful city. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for inviting me here for the International Organization of Migration, for all donors who help us at this time. And we provide reconstruction in Kolomyia, and we have a plan for construction of 200 apartment house. And in Kolomyia, both everything is coming to the city we accept, and everything is beyond we don't accept. That if you don't work with us, we invite you for cooperation. And I would like to say that Kolomyia is a city which it's 800 years old. We have so-called old yeah, we have seen how the Prague and Vienna was reconstructed. If we will make the same thing for us, we will add the 50% of a new housing. And we are ready for building of a new part of the city. We have 50 hectares of the city. For with the communication, it will be the first house for 200 apartments, and we are ready to widen it. And I would like as such, understand social housing in Vienna. We reminded that we in Vienna we see what does it mean social living in Vienna. It's 25-30% cheaper than other housing. By us, it means cheap and give, or if they're ready to pay, we also must understand it. So when they build up what can say amortization and the value, and I think and there is a subsidies for this. And concerning the children, I have two elder children more than 20 years. They have a question. They don't want the ownership for their property. And my elder son said me, let's calculate, and I pay for the rent. And I need 30 years to pay for the rent. And you tight for this apartment, because if you rent apartment, you're free in moving. And the next part we have private, or you can give to the for the rent to the secondary markets, the secondary housing, which will make the market more vivid, and as one who can come for and not buy but pay for the rent, and you need a place of employment, and people will come there and will work. So the labor market is very important, and the biggest resource for the power is people resource, human resource, and Kolomia works fights for people and for to be a city for comfort living. And thank you. Concerning the free movement of labor forces, and I give the most industrial, more loaded city of Kyiv as the city of Dnieper. It's near front line city which accepts many IDPs, helps with medical treatment, and to renew the future. Mr. Sergey, thank you. The floor is yours. Thank you, my dear colleagues. Thank you for such possibility to take part in such event. I will say a couple of words about our city. We accepted 1,700, 3,000 of IDPs, but we moving like those principles. We come to the principle, it's a different principle. When we moved, we took the liabilities before some enterprises that we will give the staff, and they will stay with them. And we have created, not for those who move, the possibility to work with this enterprise, but also to create a place of employment for our city. And the taxes stayed with us. We worked with Lugansk organization Mariupol. We gave possibility to renew houses for them, where they, by reconstruction way, had possibility to place their people who also come to the quantity of IDPs. And also the city of Dnieper has two own centers, and they are not big, 80 person in the city, and we made on communal properties two big centers. It's so-called shelters, which are operating and receive IDPs. Their capacity is about 300 persons. Concerning the fund, we actively engaged with international banks concerning winterization of housing, and we made heating modernization and before the war, and now we renewed this program and have 20 housing is a credit cost which were involved, which we are involving, and that is concerning the reformation. It was in the air, and it's very good that this question we resolve this question. And the first thing that I would like to emphasize is a single approach for the waiting list of such person who have to live in these places. We have a single approach. Then we have to create this single operator who could be able to work on its own with international donors and to come to another region as an operator. And the second thing is to make some concrete rights and liabilities who will live there. Because if we will not have concrete right and liability, the question will appear. As the previous speaker has told, everything is free, and because we have some 80%, such approach must be that they must have a rights and liabilities. That's all. Thank you. Thank you very much, Sergey. We have analyzed our discussion and we exchanged the recommendation, opinion, inspires for the new investigation and new making of the decision for new resources. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for all authorities, how they cope with this task on their own and give the task for us what should we improve to make our life and our possibilities the realization for life for each person had the correspondent evaluation. We are very grateful for the deputies who have found the braveness to support changes of the living policy, because you know that previous 30 years none of Verkhovna Rada was able to support such beginnings. Thank you very much for the participation in such discussion. Inspiration, peace, take care about yourself, your communities and families. Thank you. I would like to say thank you. Let's applause. And I would also like to say thank you and apologize that we have restricted time for the round table, and not every speaker could have possibility to have floor. Maybe we need some more time to provide an extra table for everyone to be able to participate. And we have new representatives from the civil community, from Ukraine, and from international organization. And I would like to announce that to our Ministry of team, includes the representative of an international organization committed for humanity. The representative will work with us from the next week. And here, I will leave such a secret for us. For the next week, I will represent our new colleague to you. And thank you, everyone. As you called me here, thank you. Thank you, but we are trying more to hear, and thank you for the discussion. I have heard this, but finally understand that the society and Ukrainian suffers, victims who lost houses, they press upon everyone, also on Ukrainian power. And Verkhovna Rada even voted the draft law on the first reading about it, that to the renovation for the compensation right to add not those Ukrainians who has ruined house and who has a house in even those one who has normal housing at the occupied territories. We have assessment that $1 million, and we don't even know the real price of this housing because people suffer here and now. They cannot wait for reparation, in which in 5 or in 10 years or so, Russian assets only for 300 billion. But we have a World Bank have collected a general harm twice a lot, and we initiated the calculation of such harm which was made for those housing on the temporary occupied territories. Boy, devastating weekend. Some expert of Melitopol is widely used, and the house which was taken away by separatists or people moved away and left everything, and they require the compensation because they lost everything. I have heard many useful things for me concerning the social housing and that discount crediting is not good, but we must solve this question here and now because the people can go for the occupied territories and become the resource for the enemy and go abroad and press upon European Union. Thank you, Mrs. Svetlana. Thank you, Mr. Paul. Sorry, speaker doesn't use microphone. Постучи, я не слышу. Sorry.
Там микрофон включен.
Thank you, Mrs. Svetlana. Thank you, Mrs. Svetlana. Thank you, Mr. Sergei. Thank you for all participants of our discussion. Thank you all our international partners for your belief in Ukraine, that you stand with Ukraine. Thank you for our military services that hold the front and make this moment closer when we will be able to renew the state and will be able to provide the example for the modern life of Ukraine. With all, we have possibility for conclusion. But thank you for for being today, and we will meet you again. Thank you very much. And now the time for informal speaking.